Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the January 21st, 2020 meeting of the San Carlos Planning Commission. We always start with a pledge of allegiance to our great flag and country. I invite everyone to join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome, everyone. Lisa, can we please have the commissioner roll call?
Commissioner Bradley?
Here.
Commissioner Garvey?
Present.
Commissioner Roof?
Present.
Vice Chair Iacopone?
Present.
And Chair Dugan.
Here. If you would like to speak this evening, please fill out a speaker form found on the table in the back corner and hand it in to us. Be sure to indicate which agenda item you'd like to speak to, and if you want to give me any shot at all at pronouncing your name, please spell your name clearly. All speakers must come forward to the microphone for the benefit of everyone who may view the recording of tonight's proceedings. Public comment. We will now open the floor up for general public comment. Public comment is limited to items not on tonight's agenda. The commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed during public comment. However, our general policy is to refer such items to staff for further attention or to have a matter placed on a future agenda for public hearing. I have not received any speaker cards for public comment, but do we have anyone who wants to speak to something not on tonight's agenda? Hearing none, we will move on to approve of the minutes of our December 16th, 2019 meeting. Commissioners, any comments on those minutes?
I'll need to abstain because I wasn't here.
Very good.
No comment.
Hearing none,
I motion we approve the minutes from last meeting.
I'll second that.
all in favor of approving such minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, the minutes are passed and may be presented to the record. We will now enter public hearing. We have two matters before us tonight. For each matter, our planning staff will review the project and give us their recommendation. We will then hear briefly from the applicant if they would like to present anything. Then we'll open up the floor for public comment. Finally, after considering public comment, we'll deliberate as a commission and make a decision. It's important to note, if you go to court to challenge an item on tonight's agenda, you may be limited to only those issues you or someone else raised in the public hearing tonight or otherwise brought to our attention in a writing delivered to the city before this meeting started. First, we will consider a conditional use permit at 835 East San Carlos. Staff, do you have a report for us?
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Lisa Costa-Sanders, Principal Planner. I'll be presenting the item for consideration of amendment to conditional use permit to allow automobile sales and repair facility at 835 East San Carlos Avenue. Okay. The subject site is 44,575 square feet and is currently developed with a 20,300 square foot building. The site is located at the end of East San Carlos Avenue, adjacent to Highway 101. The building is adjacent to 883 East San Carlos Avenue and the Residence Inn Hotel. The Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit, design review, and a sign program for the site on April 15th, 2017, and that was in conjunction with the adjacent building at 883 East San Carlos Avenue. That approval authorized facade improvements, signage, and uses to be approved at a staff level that are normally approvable by the Planning Commission with a use permit. The applicant proposes to locate a Harley-Davidson sales and repair facility at 835 East San Carlos Avenue. Automobile repair facilities are considered permitted uses in this district. It's the heavy industrial zoning district. but automobile sales require a conditional use permit. So the applicant is requesting the Planning Commission amend the approved conditional use permit to allow automobile sales as well. The initial proposal is to occupy 7,200 square feet with plans to expand up to 20,300 square feet within a year. The motorcycle displays would occur inside the facility, as well as repair work would be done inside the building. Generally, the business is open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays and 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. on weekends, with reduced hours during the winter. This is the site plan. As you see, the area outlined in red is the initial tenant space to be occupied by Harley-Davidson, and that's 7,200 square feet. And then that blue area is what's currently occupied by Pioneer Millwork, and Harley-Davidson has the option to expand into that entire space if they so choose to do so. The on-site parking currently provides 53 spaces. The proposed use, combined with the continuation of the Pioneer Millwork use, requires 30 parking spaces. If they expand into the entire building, the sales use for the automobile sales would require 8 parking spaces. So this is a very low, intense parking use at the site. This is the floor plan. As you can see, the indoor display area, some merchandise display area. There's 2 office spaces and 2 restrooms as well, and then the repair occurring inside as well. And then the site plan, you see the site is located in the red star is the location of the proposed business. Demonstration rides or test rides would occur at the site by exiting at the traffic signal at East San Carlos Avenue, turning right onto Industrial Road, and then again right onto Holly Street onto the US 101 southbound on-ramp. Continue driving south on US 101, exit at Britton Avenue, and then from Britton, turn right on Industrial, and then back up to the site, turning right into East San Carlos Avenue. No demonstration rides would occur in the residential neighborhood. The applicant also requests special events be authorized in a conditional use permit. Generally, special events are approvable at a staff level with a special event permit. And these events include Thursday Night Live that would occur March through October from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Those events would occur once per month. And then they would have an open house once a year and a Christmas toy drive. The project will generate less traffic when compared to the current and most recent uses. And as I indicated, the use complies with the parking requirements. The use also complies with the supplemental regulation for auto repair facilities as outlined in your report. The proposed business operations will generate minimal noise as all repair activities will occur within the building. The proposed business generates less traffic compared to current and recent uses, and the noise limits do not apply, the city's noise limit in the city's ordinance, do not apply to noise generated by automobile traffic or other mobile noise sources in the public right-of-way. The noise ordinance really refers to operational activities that would occur on site. And the noise level at a residential property during daytime hours when measured at the property line is 70 decibels. Noise that is produced for no more than a cumulative period of 1 minute in any hour may exceed that by 15 decibels, bringing that maximum noise limit at the receiving property line to 85 decibels. And then the nighttime hours, where it's lower, is from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. So we did evaluate the project, and we feel that it will comply with the city's noise regulations. Public notice was mailed to all property owners within 300 feet of the site on January 8th, as well as published in the newspaper on January 9th. The applicant met with the Greater East Side representatives, and they can explain those conversations with you further. You have received several comments expressing concern with noise associated with test drives. You've also received several comments in support of the proposed use at this location. The applicant has also provided a further explanation of the proposed use in a handout that you should have in front of you. And all of the correspondence is also prepared and copied in front of you. And we have copies in the back as well for the public. And then this is the motion. Should you wish to approve the use, I'd be happy to answer your questions. And the applicant is also here this evening to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Commissioners, any questions of staff?
I have a question about the noise from motorcycles that would be on the premises. would that be covered under the normal noise ordinance?
It would, correct.
So if they're testing vehicles or something, that would be,
Yes, that would be covered under the operation of the business at that location, yes, is covered under the noise ordinance.
thank you.
I had one question. I think I read in the packet that they were not going to service at this facility some of the really old Harleys. Can you clarify that?
It might be better to have the applicant expand on that. Oh, are you, just a second. Were there any other questions of staff? And I can always come back if there's questions at the end, so we'll turn it over to the applicant at this time.
I did have a brief question. So I realize our noise ordinance with regard to the matter before us has to do with sound on the premises. I do know there is community concern about the general noise that can be generated by Harley-Davidsons, particularly modified Harley-Davidsons. Has any coordination been made with other public safety entities about, monitoring, enforcement, or any additional concern that might be raised from more Harley-Davidsons in that residential neighborhood?
As indicated, there will be no test drives occurring in the neighborhood, so we don't anticipate there to be a higher occurrence of Harley-Davidsons in the neighborhood unless people choose to purchase the vehicles for their personal use. And then, as I indicated, the test drives and actually any use in the public right-of-way is not covered under the city's noise ordinance. The decibel reading is also quite high during the daytime hours. As you know, Industrial Road has a lot of traffic, a lot of truck traffic. It's a very busy thoroughfare, as well as very close to Highway 101 in the airport. So we don't see this as being a significant increase in the existing noise levels.
Okay. I mean, it does run right along the edge of a residential neighborhood, so the answer is no. No other thought or provision was made to other agencies about this impact?
We did not reach other agencies, no.
Okay. All right. Applicant, would you care to make a presentation?
I like your enthusiasm, Rich. Steve Divney, commercial real estate broker and nearly 25-year resident, and I've actually sat up there a number of years, so I know it's going to be a long night for you, perhaps. I live at 185 Vine Street. The applicant does not, that's Don Mancini. We don't have a presentation. I think Lisa Costa-Sanders handled that pretty well and covered it pretty well. In the supplemental packet that you have that was submitted this afternoon, there are probably some mitigations that may be very helpful in reaching some accommodations regarding where noise is generated and when. So, Commissioner Garvey, would you care to repeat your question? And Mr. Gargano, representing Harley, could answer it. I know you're ready to answer it.
All right. I read in the packet that you weren't going to be servicing at this facility the older Harleys, and I think I read that it was that what is an old Harley is one that's before model year 2000. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, so prior to the model year 2000, there was significant motor differences that we no longer service. A lot of the issues become with being able to get parts and service the bikes correctly and just ensure a good quality job. So we discontinued service work on models anything older than 2000. And that's typically the older models were the ones that you could really do the different tuning on. When they got into 2000, they started to go to a fuel injection and a different throttle body and various things that made the different types of modifications a little bit more difficult that, as a dealer, we typically stay away from. Yep.
Thank you. And if I might, one follow-up question. It mentioned in the packet that you would be selling or open for business, I think it was 10 to 6, and maybe that changed from season to season. Does that also include the service bay? I know when I take my vehicle in to be serviced at the car dealer, it's not unusual for me to get there at 7:45 in the morning, and I was curious, does your service bay also not open until 10, or can you clarify that?
That is correct. Service runs with the normal business hours. As a matter of fact, it usually shuts down about an hour to a half hour before the end of business because we have to get the motorcycles back inside and secure the building before the day's over.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the applicant?
I think I'll amend my earlier statement, given that there was relatively short notice regarding the supplemental packet. I'd like to go over those if I could right now and have it read into the record.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Commissioner. So some of the questions are, what are the planned business hours? I'll go over that. It's in the packet as well. But March through October, Monday to Friday would be 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturdays would be 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Sundays 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. In the period from November through February, it would be Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 6 p.m. and Sunday 11 to 5 p.m. And one of the questions that came up in our discussions with the East Side neighborhood and others is, how often are these events held? Events are typically held during the peak selling season, that's March through October, on one day a month, and that's Thursday. And there's one special event held in December, that's the annual charity drive for toy drive, that's typically on a Saturday. And the hours for these events, for the monthly events, they typically start at 6 p.m. and end at 9 p.m. The annual December charitable toy drive takes place between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. A question also came up regarding amplified music. The Thursday evening events held during the peak selling season will have typically some kind of amplified music. It's probably not for everybody's taste, but it would be probably deemed classic rock, and it's usually a 3-person ensemble. And this is really for background noise and atmosphere and ambiance for the members. And sometimes there will be a DJ for live music, but in no event is it a concert. It's meant for a gathering place for people to talk about their motorcycles. Another question that came up is, where will the amplified music be played? It's typically outside and in front of the building, but owing to the location and the geometry of the hotel and the proximity, approximately 600 feet away from the nearest residence, I think the applicant would propose that for amplified sound, the music would be held in the area nearest the highway, i.e. behind the building, right up against the freeway. That's right in the rear of the property. What type of alcohol is served was another question. It's beer and wine only, and it is no hard alcohol. How many test rides per week? So the route was as proposed in the packet. It's based on Rich's 24 years of experience in motorcycle industry and owning stores of this size. He thinks that's typically 8 to 10 test rides per week during daylight hours. And a representative from the dealership always rides with anyone doing a test ride, so they can make sure that the person taking that ride controls the speed, the route, and of course, safety. And the typical ride lasts between 10 and 15 minutes. And regarding some of the East Side email comments regarding motorcycle sales and decibel levels, not the older models have higher decibel ratings. The new models are 80 dB. That's their level, and that's printed right on the VINs for all of these vehicles. Regarding automobile sales, a suggestion was that the CUP amendment be narrowed to motorcycle sales. The applicant supports that. Events, we've talked about that, and the only clarification we want to bring up on this is that the alcohol is only provided by reputable companies with valid liquor licenses and insurance. The test drive route, that was a concern by the East Side, and we've described that earlier. Same with the Thursday night events, and same with the noise ordinances. If there's any other questions for the applicant, they're ready to answer them. Otherwise, we wait public comment and we'll respond.
Any other questions of the applicant? I had a couple.
Okay.
At your other, so there's 4 other locations under this ownership, is that correct? Please approach the microphone, thanks. At those locations, how many motorcycle services are conducted in an average day?
Typically, it varies across the board. Some motorcycle services are just simple basic oil changes, and some are extensive jobs that take days and days. I would say on average, if you looked at throughout the year, we probably service 6 to 8 motorcycles a day.
6 to 8 a day, okay. And are they usually brought in during business hours, or are they typically dropped off in an earlier service period?
I would say 99% of them are dropped off during business hours. Some of the bikes are not even. A lot of the work that we do is pre-accessorization when the bike is purchased, so it's not necessarily all the work is even dropped off. It's already in-house, and before it leaves, it has the work.
I see. At your other locations, do you have that kind of early drop-off window where you fill out the form and drop your keys in the box?
We don't. We do have a key drop box, so if a traveler has a breakdown and they just have to leave the motorcycle, they can leave the keys, but we don't offer early drop-off or.
Okay, got it. And of those, so 6 or 8, so how many is that in a year? That's like 200 or 300 bikes you service in a year? Well, a lot more than that, yeah. So that's like almost 2,000 a year. Of that, how many of those do you see are the modified or the variety where, you know, they're quite loud if someone wants to be loud on it?
I would say probably 10%. The issue that we have in the state of California, and I've owned dealerships in other states, the compliance and regulations in California don't let us do the work to those motorcycles. So the motorcycles can't be brought in to us and have the modifications done. If the motorcycle is brought in for a service or a repair and the modifications were already on the bike, that's when we would typically see it.
And I'm sorry, but you will work on those bikes, is that correct?
If they're newer than year 2000. So anything older than a 2000 model year motorcycle, we do not work on.
Oh, you just, like, flat out, you will not work on it? Okay. And if it's newer than 2000 but has been modified, you will work on it?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And about 10% of them are what you would deem modified and particularly loud? Okay, so that could be almost 200 a year.
I would say yes.
So roughly one a business day. Okay, I appreciate that.
If you, a couple, maybe a little more question about your events, if you don't mind. So maybe just for the public, how many guests usually show up for one of your events? What would be typical, 20, 40?
Probably between 25 and 50, depending on the time of year that it is and what's going on.
Okay. And how do most of your guests arrive? Passenger car or on their bikes?
I would say half of them on their bikes. The other half are passengers that come on the bikes, or they're customers that are looking to get into the motorcycling, and they're just there to see the bikes and what goes on.
Sure, thank you. And I would say, just want to note, thank you for the offer that Steve shared regarding, where the event would be held, and I think, then music at the event per se appears to have been addressed. And then on the other hand, 20 bikes coming with passengers at 5:30 or 6 o'clock and all taken off at 8:30 or 9 would be noticeable in the neighborhood. So just for the record, I think that may be what's on folks' minds. But we'll find out.
Okay.
I had one final question. With regard to the events, I realize the 9 p.m. time has been stated here, but at your other facilities, do these tend to run longer than that? Do they end up inside your facility? How do you handle that?
Typically, they run shorter. A lot of times, people stop on their way after work or for an hour or two, and then they either head home or they're off to another event for the evening. So,
Okay. And then how do you handle that when 9 o'clock comes around?
Basically, we start a little bit early. We just, the music stops. We start putting everything back in the dealership. Lights go off and we start closing. It's a pretty controlled atmosphere. We've done it for so long that typically, a lot of times what happens after the event is there may be groups that have destination rides that they're just meeting at the location and then heading to the next event.
Okay, and what's the kind of average attendance at these events?
I would say 25 to 50 people on the Thursday evening events, which is once a month. The big event usually is the Holiday Toy Drive, which is held on a Saturday between 10 and 5, and that can have, 100 or 200 people at
Okay.
that event.
And when you say 25 to 50 or, 200 for the toy drive, are most of those people riding individual motorcycles to the event?
On the toy drive, no. The toy drive's held obviously in December, and typically we probably see maybe 10% of the people come in on a motorcycle. The rest of the people are, maybe they don't even own a motorcycle, but they're donating toys. And
I see. And then on your Thursday evening, 25 to 50 are,
about half are on the motorcycles. Yeah, a lot of times what the event is held for is it's a lot of people getting into motorcycling or wanting to learn about it will come and get feedback on different motorcycles and see the bikes, and sometimes we'll have a bike show, then they'll be able to see different variations of the model they're getting ready to purchase. So.
okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else for the applicant?
So clarification, the motion that we propose is to allow automobile sales, but you say there will be none?
No automobile sales, no, just motorcycles, yep.
One follow-up question regarding these sales. Will you be selling, or are you selling the electric Harley that I've been reading about? And I've been reading about an e-bike that Harley is coming out. Can you give us a little bit more information on those two products and how involved you might be with selling those?
I would love to tell you about the electric bike. I'm waiting for somebody to ask me. So the electric motorcycle did launch a few weeks ago. Not every dealer in the country was given the opportunity to carry the electric bike. There's 688 dealers in the country. They awarded 100 dealers in the country the electric bike program. Two of our locations, one which would be the San Carlos location, and then also our San Francisco location up in on the Mission Street up in San Francisco, is an electric bike dealer. The project was in the works for about 5 years. The base bike is just one version of it, and they're going to be coming out with a few variations of the electric bike over the next 2 years. So the initial electric bike was a little bit of the higher end, higher price point to get everyone's attention and get the interest out there. It's getting great reviews. So far, we've gotten 5 of them in. They did take pre-orders on them, and quite a few people did pre-order them, but other things we're starting to see in the dealership, they brought out a children's electric assist bicycle, which we just got in 2 different sizes of that. They're for kids around 5 to 7 years old. And then later this year, we're also getting an e-bicycle, which is your full-scale electric assist bicycle for adults. Those start at a base price of around $5,000. So.
How much chrome is on one of those?
Not enough until I get it. Then we put it on there.
Okay, very good. The electric version, is there any amplified sound with those? I know like Porsches actually simulate their engines
Yeah.
through speakers. Is there anything like that?
That was the rumor when they were getting ready to launch it. No, there is not. The only thing they did to create some sound is they actually did back cut a few gears on the drive line of it to give a little bit of a whining sound to it, but there is no amplified speaker or sound on it.
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else? Terrific, thank you. This is a public hearing, so we can hear from the public now. Please note, I may have to limit comments to 2 minutes so that we may hear from everyone who wishes to speak tonight. I have several speaker cards on this item, but again, if you want to speak on any agenda item tonight, we do need you to fill out a speaker card in the back corner and pass it in to us. So with that, we may hear from Carolyn Tudor.
I live in the neighborhood on the east side, and yes, my concern is the noise and mostly motorcycles going through our neighborhood and the parties. There's just it's going to be too noisy, basically. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Scott Marsters?
Good evening, Commissioners. First thing that I would like to ask is that I agree with a lot of the changes that were made, and I encourage you to add those changes in. There's a couple of things more that I would like to ask questions about. The first is there a way to stop the alcohol and the food half hour before the event shuts down? So maybe at 8:30, rather than going right up until 9 o'clock with the alcohol and the food. That just might make it a little bit easier for people to kind of filter away towards the end of the event rather than hang on until the last minute and get that last beer, which we've been known to do. And then the other question I had concerns the additional events, and one of those is the Christmas drive. And it sounds like in the packet, it talked about it starting at 9 o'clock. They've addressed it at 10 o'clock. I'm much happier with that. The open house, I assume that would also take place during business hours. So I'm just trying to look at any of the situations where it goes beyond the regular business hours for the special events. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dimitri Vandelos.
Hi, I'm the president of the GESC Neighborhood Association, and I emailed all of you over the weekend. Hopefully you've read through that and took a look at the links. So there are a couple of things that the applicant has said that seem to be at odds with the research that I did. Only 10%. There's a couple of things I think are very important. It's great, and it's also irrelevant that they don't service bikes that are older than since 2000. Every Harley that's sold when it comes off the assembly line is 80 dB. Why is it 80 dB? Because that's the limit of how loud something can be. Harleys are known to be super loud. Harleys are known to be easily modified to be exponentially louder. The applicant has stated that those modified bikes will be serviced. We don't know what the number, and we also don't know what routes they will use to get to the dealership. So they could go up and down East San Carlos, any of our neighborhoods, modified bikes, 115 dB. That's a very, very significant noise event. When we talk about the evening events, 25 to 50 could just as easily be 50 to 100 or more. There are gatherings up in Skyline Boulevard where you see tons of bikes. We really want to avoid that. There is an apartment complex right on the corner. It's for low-income people who typically don't have a voice and typically don't show up at these types of meetings, but they will be the most impacted, as will people at the on McHugh in Bayport Court. You know, I ask that you consider that. I also ask that you take a long, hard, deep look at the statistics for accidents and look at the percentage of motorcycle accidents that are caused by motorcycle drivers that are also inebriated. And for the city to tacitly approve of drinking and then driving afterwards seems to be adding some liability to the community. We're particularly concerned about accidents in our neighborhood. As mentioned before, I like the idea of striking automobile sales and making it motorcycle sales only. I think that's incredibly important. And I want to make sure that we did not put a significant effort to get the neighborhood out. But from many community leaders, if you see from my email, it's almost unanimously people have said they don't like the idea. We don't really know how many test drives there are going to be. I love the idea of electric. If we could limit this to electric-only sales, I'd be fine with it. But when we're talking about 80 dB, 115 dB noise events, when we're talking about 50 motorcycles, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., leaving the facility, you are talking about seriously disrupting this neighborhood. And I want to make sure people understand that. So we strongly feel that gas-powered vehicles shouldn't be allowed. And I want you guys to understand that decibel readings aren't linear, they're exponential. So when you go 80 dB and then you go up to 115 dB, as in the email that I sent you, that's like 16 times louder. This is really, really serious. I don't want children or adults having their ears blown out, which has happened to me listening to motorcycles driving by. So if we're going to allow that along industrial road, I'm deeply concerned about that. And industrial road is immediately adjacent to the community. Harleys are known to be heard from 5 to 10 blocks away. That's what you're subjecting the neighborhood to. I think there are far better locations for this. I have absolutely nothing against you know, the idea of a dealership. I'm not sure that this is the right location. And I do ask that you folks think about limiting it to electric-only sales. I think that would be a wonderful thing. And I understand that the applicant has electric-only you know, retail outlets. So that's something perhaps to consider. Between 106 dB and 115 dB is a chainsaw. That's what we'd be subject to.
Dimitri, as the neighborhood representative, did you have any particular reactions to the concessions that they have come forward with here?
I think it's a good idea to have, well, I would prefer that if you're going to have parties with motorcycles, that they should either be indoors with a CUP that states that the doors must be closed, or behind the freeway. If anyone wants to hang out behind the freeway, that's fine with me. However, you know, when we turn these things into enforcement issues, and as every article that I've read that talks about enforcement, it's not the highest priority, right? We're talking about transitory things. Motorcyclist goes by, gunning by, super loud. What are you going to do about it? But here we're institutionalizing it, and we're institutionalizing it next to a neighborhood. And that is something that's a deep concern. Also, it's really important to look at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration report. So alcohol involvement among motorcycle operators killed was almost 2.5 times alcohol involvement with passenger vehicles. So I'm not going to go through all of these bullet points. They're all there. Hopefully you've read through them. Hopefully you will take that under consideration. But the things that I've suggested, you know, when you have a neighbor, it's important that they're a good neighbor. When you have a neighbor that has kind of starting off an impact, it makes it difficult. And I'm sure these gentlemen are really nice guys, but it is important to represent, you know, people who are voiceless, particularly the rental units, and everyone on the leadership team, except for one, is expressing grave concerns about this. Now, make it electric only, it could be a win-win for everybody. Add Harley Hogs, which is what they're known, and what I read is almost everyone modifies them once they get them. Then we're talking about a very different thing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Appreciate that. Before we close public hearing, I would just ask the applicant to respond to the neighborhood representative there with, I think, his specific concern that, yes, your business will be complying with noise standards, but the concern is that your customers won't be. And how do you address that with your customers? Is that an ongoing conversation? Is it a general concern? I mean, I don't know specifically your other locations, but you are right next to, you know, a quiet residential neighborhood here. So how do you respond to that?
Obviously, the noise is a concern for, I mean, even neighborhoods that don't have homeowners or anybody within the vicinity that owns a home. Sometimes it's just simply there's a preschool or there's a school or whatever there might be. We're not here to change the dynamics of the whole community, and I certainly understand what he's saying and the mindset of we're going to bring bikers and there's going to be parties and there's going to be alcohol everywhere, and 10 or 15 or 20 years ago that might have been the case. A lot of the statistics that are out there, I want to remind everyone, are nationwide statistics. They're not specifically based on California. And the reason that I keep implementing that is to give you an example. One of the machines that we can't even have or use in the state of California is a dynamometer, which is you put the motorcycle on the machine, you let the motorcycle rev up 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 RPM to get the tuning right on the motorcycle. We can't even have that as a compliant piece of machinery in California. We don't offer those. So we're very familiar with having a business next to a hotel and different businesses. For example, the Morgan Hill location on each side of the facility is a Hampton Inn and a Days Inn. We don't have any complaints. We work very well with the surroundings that we have. I certainly understand if we want to have the event held in the back, got no problem with that. If giving them a comfort level of closing down the event with alcohol a half hour early to ensure that people leave by 9, certainly not an issue. We're here to work with the community, and I think as it always ends up, 6 months, a year from now, people won't even realize that this was an issue other than just a benefit to the community. So,
if I may, I think the chair's question was, what, if any, dialogue or measures do you have with your customers or potential customers regarding going through neighborhoods? Because to me, that sounds like you can have signs up when they come in, you can talk to them, have a discussion regarding those, and discourage that routing unless they live in the neighborhood, which we know some members probably who do own did submit an email or two.
Well, I think it's just Industrial Road is the border of the neighborhood. So even a customer, revving it up, going down Industrial Road will disturb people in their homes.
And again, that's probably a conversation you could have with your customers. I think that's what he's looking for.
yeah, the customer base that we have usually is repeat and referral customers. So it's not like we have people, that buy a car. They have to have a means of transport. They buy a car and they never come back. Typically, our business is based off relationship with the consumers. The more relationship and touch points we have with the consumer, the less advertising expense we have trying to sell our motorcycle. So, you know, having a conversation or even a quarterly or semi-annual, you know, customer relations event talking about noise, leaving the dealership, entering the dealership is certainly not a problem. Nobody's opposed to doing any type of thing like that.
And do you ever have safety discussions with new customers? 'Cause that would be an opportune time.
Yeah, so prior to all new motorcycle purchases have what we call a thorough walk around. It's a walk around that explains the mechanics of the motorcycle and the features and benefits. And at that time, we talk to the consumer about various things: safety, coming back for service, where to drop off when they pull up, very different things. So there's a lot of time spent with the consumer that we can address those issues.
Okay.
Yep.
You may also want to address some of the demographics and what you're seeing, the typical customer profiles now.
So the demographic has changed over the last few years drastically. Typically, number one, a target group of the motorcycle industry as a whole, but specifically Harley-Davidson is women riders. That's been a focus, all the way down to the motorcycles that we design and build for fitment for the females, and just overall riders that we're trying to get into the industry. That's why they brought the electric motorcycle out. We're trying to get in a new demographic of rider, not just the core rider that we've had over and over and over again. So, but our typical rider, I mean, when we see people come in and buy, they're typically higher income individual, buying the motorcycle more for recreation than for just transportation purposes. And a lot of times our customers, you know, they'll have 2 or 3 motorcycles in their garage.
So if there's a significant complaint from the neighborhood about loud motorcycles driving down Industrial 6 months after you open up, what would you do?
Probably the first thing that we would do is try to put clear signage up if it's not up already. We'd have conversations with the customers. Typically, if they're going to hear a loud motorcycle, it's not going to be from a new motorcycle. It's going to be from a bike that comes in for service that has been modified. Again, we don't do the modifications, but we will service them. So the touch point would be to address the issue with the consumer at the service drop-off or pickup.
Okay, thank you.
At your other dealerships, do you have any ongoing examples of community outreach? I mean, do you meet with a local group? Do you find a need? What would you share?
What I can tell you is we don't have noise complaints at any of the dealerships. Of the California dealerships, I don't know of any noise complaint that we've ever had at any of the locations. Now, granted, this one would be a little bit different situation, but this one's also closer to the freeway than most of them. So typically what we see is the road noise from the freeway is going to be a great deal more than what the motorcycles or my business is going to create there. So, in general, typically when the customers come in, they're very mindful and thoughtful of the business and the business that we're trying to generate and create. They're not there to cause problems. Again, it's not like you see in the TV or in the news. It's not the biker gangs rolling in and the loud pipes and the vests and the patches. And that's not our typical core customer that we have. So, yep.
Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. I have a speaker card from a Gina Vandelos, but no, the agenda item is not listed. Is this the item you'd like to speak on? All right, terrific. Welcome.
I don't have anything terribly exciting and new to say. It's already been said, but I just felt I would really like to add my voice to this. I feel like this is not the place to have a motorcycle site sales. It's very close to our homes. I understand that these motorcycles, the modified ones, are very loud. I mean,
I've heard those motorcycles up along Skyline. I'm up there, walking along, hiking, and they come along Skyline and it's just really loud. And I'm concerned about the people who are coming to and fro to have it serviced, people coming to the party, and they're driving off at 9 o'clock at night, maybe right down my street. A lot of kids. It's a very family-oriented neighborhood, and I'm just very concerned. It just doesn't seem like the right fit. And, also to add the fact that people have been drinking, and then they get on their motorcycles and power away. It's not the right place.
Thank you.
One last item, if I could. There were some items that were sent over today, I believe, for support. One was from the Marriott Residence Inn manager, Nick. You should have that in your packet, and if you haven't seen it, you should read that. And then the directly adjacent Office R&D owner, where the old Undisputed Boxing property is, he has also submitted his support for the applicant and this use.
Thank you. Is anyone else here wanting to speak on this item? With that, I'd entertain a motion to close public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor of closing public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, public hearing is now closed. Commissioners?
I had a general question for staff about if we approve this motion, we also approve the monthly outing that the facility is allowed to have with the riders. If we didn't approve that, is that the kind of event that would need to get a permit separately from the city?
That is correct.
And they'd have to apply for that permit every month?
Correct. They would need to apply for a special use permit.
Okay, thank you. That's
Special
helpful.
event use permit.
Okay.
With the, maybe just to build, Lisa, would the terms of that permit likely be any different? Can you speculate, or would you know? In other words, would they, let's say they applied and month after month and they were approved month after month, what would be different other than their process?
I believe they can go as minor, but I don't know, maybe Lisa, can you clarify that? I don't know if you have that off the top of your head. But in the past, we've had special event permits come forward as minor use permits, but because the request is being made with the overall use permit associated with automobile/motorcycle sales, staff is bringing it forward together in one package. And then the conditions that we typically look at are the hours, anything related to noise. We make sure that the applicant is clear about the noise ordinance. And in fact, the noise ordinance is always in effect, whether something needs a permit from planning or whether it can go straight to building. So we usually look at hours. Depending upon the number of people in attendance, there may be additional conditions related to accessing the site, how the parking would be addressed for the number of guests. But in this case, this is something that staff did look at, and the conditions that have been incorporated in it are appropriate for the scale of the events that are occurring specifically for this use.
And there were sort of two items proposed. One was the location that would go along with this approval if we were to do it. Can we make it only in that parking lot between the 101 and the back of the building? Any issue with that?
That's correct. I would suggest if you were to do so, you'd modify condition number 10, that events may only occur indoors with the doors closed or at the rear of the building between US Highway 101 and the building. And then I think the other suggestion was that alcohol beverage service shall end by 8:30 p.m. if you were to modify.
Good, thank you.
And just a follow-up.
Food.
Yeah, food and beverages.
Food and beverages.
And a follow-up, let's say 6 months down the road, there are issues with this monthly meeting that's occurring, does the city or the commission have any authority to annex that approval from the overall approval and again require monthly permit filings, or is it pretty much locked in?
Sure. No. If there's issues with it, first, obviously, staff's going to try to work with the applicant to try to modify the event to address those issues. But if there are chronic issues, we can't seem to resolve them, then it can come back to the Planning Commission to modify and or revoke that use permit. So you could, at a future date, strike it if you see there's issues. If it's running well, obviously, there wouldn't be a reason to do so.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Lisa, I heard mention of a list of specific concessions. I haven't really located that in the packet. Is that?
What you have before you, I don't know if everybody's noticed, there's a paperclip with a few pieces of paper under it, and I'm not sure you noticed that that's the applicant's response is one of those. And Mr. Divney read those into the record. Then you have a few emails of support and a few emails of concern. So you might want to go through those before you make your decision on the item. But I believe the concession was the moving the outdoor event to the rear of the building and the hours of the toy drive starting at 10 a.m. Is there any other items?
Well, I think that business hours in general, not starting before 10 a.m. is a important condition here. So for conditions of approval, I'm seeing business hours not before 10 a.m., alcohol sales not after 8:30.
I think it should be service and not sales.
Okay.
We're not allowing sales.
Well, is that right? So it's
The issue.
free alcohol? I mean, it's, okay. What,
I mean, you don't, it's a separate approval process. It's an ABC regulations, yeah.
what time does it start? No, I'm kidding.
I think there was also a suggestion from a member of the public to modify condition 2 to say motorcycle sales only. And I confirmed with the city attorney that that would be acceptable. Our code just says automobile sales. We don't have a separate category for motorcycle sales.
I guess my only add-on to that is if in the future they can ever sell those electric bicycles, I'd like to make sure that that is allowed. Would that be allowed?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we could express that in there as well.
I would ask the applicant, did you consider this location for electric only, as I think you do have electric only locations?
This will be, the business yet, because it's a new product, couldn't sustain on electric only. So we hope in the future that there can be standalone dealerships that can support that type of business, but right now it's too early.
But one of your facilities is electric only, is that correct?
It is not.
Oh, okay. You do not have a,
There is no electric standalone onlys in the country at this point.
okay.
But there are Harley dealerships that are not allowed to have the electric bike yet. So we had to apply for the electric and put it in the dealerships that we were approved for.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
While you're there, if you don't mind, one other thought. I think, again, picturing 50 people with, a few beers over the course of the evening. What are the plans for restroom facilities? And now particularly if you're back toward the 101, would you bring in porta potties for the evening? Is that your thought?
Typically, the whole hope of the event is to drive the consumer into the dealership. So we typically try to leave the area around the restrooms open at least and monitor people coming in and out of the dealership. So our hope is with the event is to get them inside the business.
And I'm thinking that you may not be taking over that Pioneer Millwork space, so it might be a walk Like, will people be walking from that back lot into the dealership floor? Like, is that what you're anticipating? How is that going to work?
Yeah, typically what we would do is at all costs try to get them into the dealership. And some events that we have had porta johns on site for them, but typically that's just the larger events. We, a 3-hour event, we typically don't see the need for that. Yeah, and we are taking the Pioneer Millwork space. Our goal really, the 7,200 square feet was a little bit small for what we needed. It's just all we could get at this point. So.
And you'll be a tenant here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As we think about those events, I think we're all in agreement they can be located near the highway, or, behind the building. Does it, considering we're trying to keep noise out of the residential neighborhood, does it make more sense to have it situated so that the bandstand is by the building, projecting noise towards the highway? Is that the layout that would make the most sense?
We really haven't decided on that. The initial thought is to put the band up to the furthest portion of the back of the property and project it towards, not towards the building, but actually towards running parallel with the freeway.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it'd be kind of directed at the residents in?
Their rear parking lot.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I might, my name is Don Mancini. I'm the building owner. And I bought my home here in San Carlos in 1983 and started Pioneer Millwork in 91. So I have a real interest in the community. I was excited about this use because compared to Pioneer Millwork, this impact, I realize the concern with motorcycles, but this impact is much less than what my company generates right now. We're open at 7:30 in the morning. General contractors are coming. I have 5 to 6 50-foot semi-trucks a day coming in and out of my business. And I just think this, I was really excited for what it would do for the street, for the community, and I just was really excited about this. I spoke with the general manager of the Residence Inn this morning, and that his number one concern, of course, was sound for his guests, and we had a great conversation. And I've really gotten to know Rich through this process, and I've gone and visited some of his other dealerships, and I don't have a concern. And I know that if there is any issue, all of us sitting down and talking about it will get these things cleared up. So there shouldn't be any concern as far as that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, and Ellen, thank you for asking the question. I think this idea that if, we'll call it, there's a track record of some kind of conflict between the business and the neighborhood, and, you know, despite best efforts, it's not addressed. Our ability to have this brought back seems very important. I guess my question for staff is, who would raise that? In other words, how would we get it as an agenda item?
Well, typically, this type of concern can be embedded into a condition of approval. We have approved other use permits where, you know, with an additional condition that basically speaks towards these issues. And if they raise to a level of significant concern, it would need to be brought back to the commission for review, where, again, like Lisa Costa-Sanders mentioned, the commission can either, you know, have a conversation with the applicant about what other things they could do, whether to add additional conditions, or maybe to even revoke the use permit. So that's a condition of approval that actually can be built into this project if the commission chooses to approve it.
Good, thank you.
I guess for me, thinking about the impact to the adjacent neighborhood, there certainly would be some impact, but as was stated, there's current impact from this location, and if it wasn't a motorcycle dealership, there would could be another business that could have a similar sort of impact. and the area is zoned for industrial and commercial use. It's adjacent to a residential, but it seems to be compatible with the commercial industrial neighborhood, commercial industrial zoning. So it seems to me to be something that would be compatible with the general use plan and appropriate use for that neighborhood. It's important to compare this to the alternatives rather than this if that were to become a park, because that's not going to happen. And so I'm inclined to think that it's appropriate. I think the conditions, that the additional language we're talking about for the conditional use, I would totally want to see put in there, and maybe even some words when we say events at rear. Rear is a rather relative term. It could be taken to mean the back half of the property, and so maybe we can even specify between the building and the highway or something like this, a little more specific, to ensure that down the road when these discussions are a distant memory, that there's something there to kind of constrain.
I think concerts located behind a building next to freeway might capture it.
That would probably do it. Is that that's compatible with? So it'd be in the area between the building and the highway, as opposed to.
If amplified music. So if they choose to have something in front that doesn't have amplified music, would that still be allowed?
Yeah, personally, I think that's fair. If they want to set up a quartet up front, no problem.
What do you envision doing in the event of rain?
Typically, if there's 50% chance of rain within 12 hours of the event, it's canceled.
I see, it's
Yeah, we
canceled
just
for the
don't have
month.
it.
I get, thank you. All right.
So Jim, it sounded like you were driving on maybe a fifth condition of use. Did you have any specific thoughts on that?
John, I think well, I don't know. I had jotted 4, so, but let's compare notes. So I think there is this proposal around the location, and I think Lisa pointed out amending number 10. We had talked about motorcycle sales or the right kind of 2-wheel or 3-wheel vehicle, but not 4-wheel vehicle, whatever the right set of words are. Maybe staff could make the recommendation with regard to what is allowed to be sold. In other words, we're not saying it's automobile sales, we're saying it's motorcycles and electric bicycles, for example. So that would be my number 2. I think adopting this idea of an 8:30 cutoff for food and beverage seems wise. And my 4th one was then this notion that, in the event that complaints from neighbors are not resolved to, after a certain amount of time, I'm not sure exactly how to frame it, but then that will result in the conditional use, this element of the conditional use being brought back to the Planning Commission for review. And therefore, there's an obligation for good conversation between the tenant and the applicant in the neighborhood for identifying issues and resolving them. So do you have maybe you have a 5th?
I have a 5th, business hours not before 10 a.m.
Good, thank you.
Yes, I agree with that one too.
But Lisa, I guess I like the concept that if we're granting a conditional use, so it's conditioned on, the specific finding would be the use will not be adverse to public health, safety, or general welfare of the community. So I think it would be number 3. But I don't think we've done a condition before that basically says it comes back before us if it gets triggered. Do we know how that would be formulated, or like what exactly we would do there?
So I would recommend that we add a condition that says that the Planning Commission, based on the advice of staff, reserves the right to review the what's before you tonight, which is the automobile or motorcycle, electric cycle sales, and to modify the use permit to address any concerns raised by the neighborhood. Something like that. I'd hate to draft things while we're at the meeting like that, but I think what it'll have, I think, that sense to it, and then if you want to give us a minute, we can try and fine tune it and give you some precise language, but that's kind of what I'd recommend. It's really just a review concept and an ability for you to impose additional conditions if required.
Do any commissioners have a concern with that additional commission without hearing it more precisely written? I'm fine delegating that and approving it as part of the minutes if that's an acceptable process.
I'm fine with that, but I'd like to understand is a conditional use permit revocable? I guess that would be sort of otherwise the review would have no purpose.
Conditional use permits are revocable if the terms and conditions are violated. So that requires a new public hearing anyway to do that. But the review is sort of an opportunity for you to try and mediate an issue that may have come up without going to that next step.
Okay, good, thank you.
A suggested condition limiting the hours of operation, I'd just like that to be specified for the motorcycle business, because this is a use permit that runs with the land and may affect a future, say, office use. So I think you're only limiting this particular business. We're not issuing a separate use permit for Harley Davidson. There's a master use permit for the site.
That's fair. The more specific thing we're trying to limit, though, is service. The servicing of motorcycles, not the sale of motorcycles. In fact, I'm not opposed to earlier sales of motorcycles. It's the
service aspect isn't really included in the use permit. It's permitted by right.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that staff was talking about. Is what's before you is a modification of the existing master, I guess we call it master use permit for this site, to allow the automobile sales, but the service was already allowed as a matter of right under the current zoning. So we're trying to address the impacts of the sales by some of these conditions of approval you're talking about.
I would think even sales might generate some traffic, so I was sort of happy that all of that stuff wouldn't happen until 10 o'clock or so. But service would always entail a motorcycle coming in and sales some of the time.
I mean, we're also granting a number of other conditions here. There's no way we can tie in sales to any of these other approvals we're granting? I'm sorry, service to any of the other approvals we're granting?
Which other approval are you referring to? I mean, it's the special events, and then, yeah, I don't know, through the city attorney.
If the issue I think that Lisa brought up was that if we put in a limitation on hours that applies against all the businesses versus one that you're trying to apply to just this business, but the application does not deal with the service end of the business. So
well,
I guess you could put in a limitation on the site for uses, but I think we don't have enough information on how that would impact the other businesses there.
I guess I'm confused by the logic you just stated. If we could put a condition down that would apply to all future businesses, how can we not limit that to just future service businesses?
We're referring to businesses that are considered conditional, so where you have some discretion, as opposed to businesses that are permitted by right at the site. So you don't have the ability to put a condition on a business that's permitted by right.
Yeah, the underlying industrial zoning is still there, and this is basically a master use permit to deal with this site. to allow some flexibility of uses. I seem to recall when this came up before, so.
But if, is office use by right in this zone?
It is not, it's a conditional use, and so the master use permit did allow that to be approved by right.
But like,
with
what
that
else
use
is
permit.
approved by right in this zone?
In this zone or by the conditional use permit?
In this zone?
Just a moment, sorry.
Okay. I ask because it seems to me if we put a general business limit on it, we're not limiting any of the uses that are by right.
Automobile vehicle repair, major service, large vehicle and equipment sales, business services, maintenance and repair services, parking, construction and material yard, custom manufacturing, industry, research and development, indoor warehouse and storage, outdoor storage, wholesale and distribution, cannabis microbusiness, freight truck terminals and warehouses, light fleet-based services, waste transfer facility.
Okay, so just to be clear, if we applied a blanket business can't open up before 10 a.m. rule, that would apply to all those or could not apply to all those?
You cannot apply it to those businesses, but my concern is, we're hoping the
understand.
Harley-Davidson dealership is successful, but sometime in the future, if an office were to move in, you've just limited the office that can't open before 10 a.m.
Because that's also conditional use.
Right, that's covered by this certificate.
But given it's conditional use, it'd be back before us anyways, and they would ask for that to be removed,
Because it's
right?
covered as one of the uses that's approved at a staff level, where it's typically conditional by granting the master use permit. So
Okay.
you've pre-approved some uses at this site.
I see. But if a future use didn't want to be limited to 10 a.m., they would just go through this process, right?
Have to request an amendment to the use permit, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
So
Okay.
a waste transfer business is pre-approved?
That's correct. Waste transfer facility.
That's more impactful than that park you had mentioned earlier.
Freight truck terminals.
Yeah, it is an industrial district.
The industrial district.
And it is right on the highway. So.
Right, yeah, great highway access.
Okay, so your point's well taken, thank you. So I think it would be business hours for sales, not before 10 a.m. Okay. Otherwise, in general, I'm certainly, speaking to the residents of East San Carlos. Before us, we have an applicant who is promising to tread lightly and to be respectful of your concerns, and I certainly hear your concerns. Our constraint here is it is an industrial district. Someone could be here tonight wanting to have a garbage transfer facility there. There's current use has many large semi-trucks every day. I mean, it is an industrial district, so your concerns are definitely noted, but I do feel this is not a terrible use given these conditions for this parcel. Commissioners, any other thoughts on that?
I think that well, I don't have the data, but I'll take the property owner's comments that the reduction in heavy vehicle traffic and the number of contractors going there and, having been a customer of Pioneer, the retail customers, there's probably a lot more than will frequent the Harley dealership. It doesn't address the point of noise, and so I think we have arrived at what feels like a compromise to let the community and the applicant find a happy medium, and hopefully we won't have this matter back before us.
And that's a good point. if the residences in this area are being disturbed and the user is not being responsible, this is a conditional use permit, and we would hope that you would let us know that, and we would gladly revisit it if this is not a responsible business owner. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve this item.
Well, I move that the Planning Commission amend the conditional use permit to allow automobile, that'll be changed to motorcycle
bikes.
Bike sales at 835 East San Carlos Avenue, APN 046-090-380, based on the findings and subject to the conditions listed in the amended conditional use permit certificate and the 5
Sure, I can.
we've tabulated. Would you mind?
No problem. Business hours on such sales not before 10 a.m. Alcohol service not after 8:30 p.m. Motorcycle and bicycle sales only, so I think that's covered already. Amplified concerts must be located behind the building next to the freeway. And the final condition is in the event of unresolved complaints, and then we're delegating the further drafting of that such that if there's continued unresolved violations that we can revisit our approval here. So Greg, will we see that in the minutes then? Is that how it circles back to us?
It'll be in the minutes, and then we will craft the formal language for the actual conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. Those are the conditions.
I will second that.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bradley?
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Roof?
Yes.
Vice Chair Iacoponi?
Yes.
And Chair Dugan.
Yes. Congratulations, you're approved. Good luck getting your business off the ground, and we hope you're a good neighbor.
Yes. Good luck.
Great. We'll move on to our second item this evening. Request for design review, tentative map, below rate housing plan, and other items concerning a 5-story development at 626 Walnut Street. Oh, thank you. Staff, do you have a report for us on this matter?
Yes, good evening. Lisa Costa-Sanders, Principal Planner. I'll be presenting the staff report. We've lost our clicker. For 626 Walnut, consideration of design review, tentative map, below market rate plan, transportation demand management plan, and a use permit. The subject site consists of 3 lots totaling 26,500 square feet. Currently on those lots are 2 commercial buildings and 1 residential building. The site is surrounded by 4-story residential as well as mixed-use buildings and is located across the street from the Wheeler Plaza development. The property is zoned mixed-use downtown, which allows up to 50 units per acre, and at this site that would accommodate 30 residential units at that density. The request before you is a design review to allow for the new 5-story mixed-use building, a tentative map for the condominium units, a below-market rate housing plan to provide 4 affordable housing units on site, a transportation demand management plan to reduce the project-generated trips by 20%, and a use permit for the unbundled parking. Starting with the design review, this is the proposed site plan. The development fronts Walnut Street and is surrounded by 4-story mixed-use buildings on 3 sides. The applicant proposes landscaping along the front and rear, as well as within the central courtyard. The proposed building includes 2 commercial spaces, one at 1,380 square feet and the other one at 923 square feet. The parking will be completely enclosed within the building and will include the use of mechanical parking stackers, providing a total of 45 spaces, and those are in 2 different garage locations. Also 1 ADA parking space. The 35 residential units are located on the 2nd through 5th floor with a breakdown of 26 3-bedroom units and 9 4-bedroom units. The development is proposed to be constructed in 2 buildings connected with a central landscape plaza and above-grade bridges. The proposed buildings are designed in a contemporary architectural style with the use of traditional materials and colors. And I do have the building materials sample board to pass around. The exterior building materials include terracotta tile, charcoal color cement board, and a smooth finish white plaster. Accent materials include black steel and wood. The ground floor includes large storefront windows for the commercial space and charcoal color powder coated steel roll-up doors for the parking garage to screen the view. 4 street trees and landscape strip will be planted between the sidewalk and the curb. On the right side, elevations are proposed in smooth white plaster finish. The windows are set back 10 feet from the side property line, and the front balcony is set back 5 feet from the side property line. As is similar on the left side elevation, the windows are set back 10 feet from the side property line, and the front and rear balconies are also set back 5 feet. The rear of the building is set back 15 feet from the rear property line. Finished materials include charcoal color cement board and smooth finish white plaster. And this is a perspective view of the proposed development from Walnut Street looking towards San Carlos Avenue. And a bird's eye perspective showing the proposed 5-story development within the surrounding existing 4-story buildings. The applicant's requesting a tentative map to subdivide the property to create the 35 residential condominium units and 2 commercial condominium units. The map does comply with the city's subdivision ordinance as well as the state subdivision map act. For the below market rate housing plan, the city's ordinance requires 15% of ownership units be set aside at affordable incomes, with 10% of those designated at moderate income level and 5% at low income. The applicant's BMR plan provides the reverse of that, which would be 10% at low income, resulting in 3 3-bedroom units affordable to low income, and 1 4-bedroom unit at a moderate income. This is required to be affordable for a term of 45 years. State density bonus. The developer is entitled to the state density bonus provisions by right with no further review authority by the city, with the provision of the affordable on-site housing. The applicant's initial proposal was for a 28-unit development and included 3 low-income units and 1 moderate-income unit. The project qualified for a state density bonus of 7 additional dwelling units for a total of 35 units on-site with the roundup provision. The applicant also requests a waiver from the building height and floor area requirements and a concession to reduce the on-site parking. The city is required to grant density bonus waivers and concessions to facilitate the development of affordable housing. And I did want to remind the commission that this is not the first density bonus development that you've approved in San Carlos. The Planning Commission previously approved the development at 560 El Camino, and that included 2 density bonus use units and setback waivers. The development at 817 Walnut Street utilized the city's density bonus ordinance for 12 additional units with reduced parking standards. And at 977 Laurel Street, they also utilized the city's density bonus for 1 additional unit as well as an increase in floor area. Moving on to the Transportation Demand Management Plan, the City Code requires a 20% reduction in the number of trips generated by the site, and the applicant's plan prepared by W-Trans applies that 20% reduction based on the existing conditions, pedestrian connections, the affordable housing, on-site bicycle amenities, unbundled parking, subsidized transit passes, as well as other on-site transit amenities. And then finally, the use permit is a request for the unbundled parking. That unbundled parking means separating the cost of parking from residential purchases of units to allow residents to choose whether or not to purchase a parking space. This has been shown to be an effective tool to trips to and from the site. And the unbundled parking in conjunction with the project's proximity to transit and downtown core would encourage homebuyers who do not own cars to purchase condominium units at this development. The applicant hosted 2 community outreach meetings, one March of 2017 and one of May of 2019. I did attend that second meeting. It was quite well attended. Neighboring residents expressed concern with lack of on-site parking, the height of the proposed building, the close proximity of the proposed building to adjacent buildings, expressing concern with loss of light and view from their units. Public notice was mailed to property owners within 300 feet of the site on January 8th, as well as published in the newspaper on January 9th. And here's the motion should you choose to make it. We also have Martin Romo, who's the city's Housing and Economic Development Manager, here this evening, and he can answer your questions relating to the below market rate housing plan and the city's the state density bonus provision. So between Martin and I, will try to respond to your questions, and the applicant would also like to give a brief presentation.
Terrific. Thank you, Lisa. Commissioners, any questions of staff?
I'm struggling a little with how the below market housing opportunity and the unbundled parking work together. So would a below market housing resident have to pay the market price for parking, or is that essentially been detached from the benefit of the below market? The below market benefit that's provided?
Correct. It's not included in that below market price. And the code indicates that buyers of on-site affordable housing units shall have equal opportunity to buy a parking space on the same terms and conditions as offered to buyers of other dwelling units. So we don't have a separate code requirement that answers that. It really pretty much says they need to be offered it as well. But I think that's a fair question that the applicant may want to expand on.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that originally the below market housing would typically come with the parking, and so now we've carved that off and said, no, that you're not going to get below market for that piece of what was originally a package. So in a way, we're reducing the benefit of the below market housing, which is then the percentage of that, which is there's a percentage which is required to be part of the package, but by carving off the parking, we're sort of chipping away at the overall market housing. But on the other hand, unbundling parking in other respects I find to be an attractive option because it gives more flexibility for the buyers, and it's a kind of a free market arrangement that seems good. So I'm sort of struggling with these issues a little. So any perspective on this, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and I can have the applicant expand on that a bit too. But the use permit is required, so it is a discretionary item as far as the unbundled aspect of the parking. And so it could be that you might want to consider discussing with the applicant a compromise approach, maybe that addresses the affordable units separate from the market units and the acquisition of the parking spaces.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Lisa, maybe could you go to one of the pictures that shows the side? Could you just point out again which, if I'm in one of the buildings to the north or the south, what part of the view is going to be closest to my window? I see that the windows are set back, but what will I look at kind of in my face at the property line? This picture.
The solid wall, really, the white plaster wall.
These two white.
Yeah, and then where the windows are, that is set in 10 feet from the property line. Do you have a graphic that explains it better?
A site plan would show it, but I can.
Okay. The architect kind of walked through how they've outlined the adjacent buildings on the site plan.
Good. That'd be good. And maybe when you speak, you could, if I were in that white space, how many windows will be looking at that white space and how far apart will they be? Just kind of, it's not exactly clear to visualize, so that'd be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I had one question regarding this was originally 3 parcels, and all 3 parcels have been purchased. Going forward, this is only going to be treated as one parcel. Is there anything remaining that keeps this as 3 separate parcels or 3 separate requirements, or it all becomes one piece of land?
Through the map processing, it would essentially be merged and then subdivided to create the condominium units.
Okay, thank you.
I did have some questions about the below market rate units. So can someone walk me through the math, like, you know, because 4 out of 35 is 11.4%. So density bonus housing doesn't need BMR? I don't really follow that.
Sure. Martin Romo. Thank you.
Good evening, Martin Romo, Housing Manager for the city. So this project is applying for a state density bonus, which is a state program that gives developers essentially more favorable local development requirements in exchange for building affordable units. So our local code does require a 15% bonus. So the base units for this particular project are 28. And so the 15% requirement is based off of those 28. Which is essentially providing 10% at moderate income, so that's 3 units at moderate income, and 5% at low income, which gives you 1 unit at that level. The applicant has, in order to use and trigger the state density bonus, has opted to propose kind of the opposite, where they're proposing 11% at low income. That gives them the ability to get 21.5% of a density bonus. And that density bonus is applied to the base density, which is at 28 units. So doing that math gets you to the total amount of 35.
Okay, but so what did they do to get the density? So by having below market rate, they got the density bonus, and then those additional units are just out of the math as far as the number of units.
That's right.
And is that's just subject to San Carlos below market rate? I mean, I know the mandate gave them the additional units, but our own below market rate regulation could require that, if we wanted it to, that all additional units would be counted.
The mandate, the state density bonus law, is such that you cannot require the density bonus units to get the local affordability restriction applied on those units.
Is that right? I mean, it's specifically excluded.
And that would be for any jurisdiction within California that triggers this particular law.
Yeah, that's surprising. Yeah. And because that's the stated, the incentive is there to incentivize more below market rate housing, correct? I mean, that's basically why it's there, and yet it results in a lower percentage than our community has decided we'd like to see.
I think it would depend. The state density bonus law has several proponents and opponents. Some would say that the argument for it and the modifications to the law over the years, of which there have been, for example, I think that the calculation results in 6.02 bonus units. That 0.02 actually must be rounded up to a whole unit. So the density bonus here is 7 units. And that was also an amendment that was made to the bill at some point to encourage just maximizing the number of units that could be located on a site.
I see. Got it. Okay, very good. The other concern I've had, and it came up in another site, such that, you know, I actually want to get involved myself in updating our BMR code, but I am interested to see where this one comes out. So the particular concern in the last project was the units ended up being the very smallest units, such that we ended up below 10% was actually of occupiable space. So my question is, and in the future, until we update this, I would actually like to see that math as part of staff reporting, basically total residential occupiable square feet, and then total residential occupiable square feet of the BMR units, just to benchmark that percentage, because right now our code allows that to be gamed to some extent. But I am wondering, how is the character of these BMR units compared to the other units in the building?
Yeah, in the staff report packet page 32, we showed, rather than your percentage of overall building area, just the average unit square footage size. So the average net unit size for the 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath unit is 1,818 square feet, and they've got one at 1,788 square feet, one at 1,426, and another at 1,426. And then for the 4-bedroom unit size, the average unit size is 1,843 square feet, and they're proposing to provide a unit at 1,835 square feet. So I think it pretty well represents the size and mix of the units on site, with the ratio of 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom and the unit size as well.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's what I was hoping to see. Thank you.
And one comment to just build on that. I really like that these are larger 3- and 4-bedroom units. I think I can speak for the commission, and we've really wanted to see affordable housing for families and not just 1-bedroom units, and this project delivers on that. So I'm really, really pleased to see that in this project.
Yeah, I would echo that. Maybe if I could come back to the question that John was touching on earlier. If the applicant had 3 moderate and 1 low, what would the change have been? Like, what did everyone get as the result of that election?
I do have this state density bonus chart here. I just brought up on the screen. That kind of helps to understand how the math functions. The first column shows the affordable unit percentage amount, and then the next 3 columns show the different income categories that would be used to create the density bonus number. So in this case, the applicant, as submitted, is requesting 11% at low income. So you can see that you just follow that row, 11% yields is 21.5% density bonus, which results in those extra 7 units. If they had applied with only the 10% at the mod income, you can follow this row to see that that would yield under mod a 5% density bonus, which in this case would be about 2 units. But the composition of how the developer opts to arrange it will create different things. But following the same logic, had the applicants submitted a project that would request 11% at very low income, they would be entitled to a 35% density bonus, which is, of course, significantly more units that would be on site.
Okay, so if I could just parse that, I think instead of 2 added units, there are 7 added units, so there's an additional 5. But instead of 3 moderate and 1 low, we got 3 low and 1 moderate. That's kind of the give and take in this.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I had a question for Lisa regarding trees. In looking at the packet, it seems that there were more trees in the front, and now with the new project, there's only going to be 4 trees in the front. They look like nice trees, but I'm just wondering if there's any way we could have gotten in a few more trees there in the front.
Well, we certainly tried. The fire department has roof ladder access requirements, and so Al Savay, the community development director, and I met with the fire chief and the fire marshal to really try to push for more trees along the frontage, and 4 was the best we could do because of their access requirements. The engine needs to be able to pull up, and then there's an angle at which the ladder is going to access the roof, and so they want to make sure there's some clear space under that. One of the other things that is going to be modified as a result of that requirement is the overhead power lines are going to need to be underground because that would conflict with the roof ladder access. So we have the benefit of that being removed, but unfortunately the best we could get was 4 trees. I think it does align nicely with the development, and there's also going to be a landscape strip between the sidewalk and the curb where there'll be some additional planting.
I saw that. That did look very attractive, and I think the open space inside looks very attractive, and there's a very attractive, I think it's trees planted along the back. It does look very nice. I was just trying to figure out if we could get in a couple more trees, and it sounds like there's a fire access
Yeah, I think
issue.
there's going to be some very nice screening along the back. Some of the trees they've selected and the shrubbery will grow to pretty good heights. So I think that'll help create a more green space in the rear.
Thank you.
Lisa, just a quick question. How do the setbacks on this project relate to the setbacks of the neighbors? And where is that going to leave the neighbors? I mean, do we have like just big walls fronting their windows? And is that like 10 feet away, 15 feet away? I don't have a great sense of that.
Again, do you have that better on your plan, the dimensions?
I talk a little bit about
Okay, I think the architect can get into that in better detail than I.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
but the adjacent developments are built very close to the property line, if not on the property line, and this development does that as well. We have 0 side yard setbacks.
Okay.
I had one last question for Lisa. I really liked the idea of subsidizing transit passes for people for 3 years. I thought that was a really great idea to try to cut down on vehicle use. And I was really pleased to see that only 7 or 8 bicycles were required, but like there's place for 70 bicycles. And how's that going to work? So there must be a stacker.
So I've asked the applicant to better describe and show you an example of what that mechanical stacker looks like, and as well as the vehicle mechanical stackers. Do you have additional information to share with the commission? Because I know you've been excited to see that.
Terrific. Anything else of staff? Applicant, yeah, we'd appreciate the overview.
Thank you, Commission and staff, for considering this. I know it's a lot to review. We'll try and get through this quickly so that we can focus time on Q&A. Thank you. So I'm Sean Gibson with VEEV, formerly known as Dragonfly Group. So for those that want to know more about VEEV, VEEV.com, for those watching and in the audience. The agenda is we'll do a quick development overview, design overview by the project architect, Mike Pittler, a transit-oriented development overview by Nina Rizzo from Transform, talking about the Green Trip certification, a mechanical parking overview by Scott Bradford from Harding Steel, which is a leading mechanical parking vendor, and then provide a quick factory-built housing overview on the VEEV system, and then open it up for Q&A. Wanted to remind us of the development timeline. We're excited to be here at the Planning Commission today. It's been 4 years since we first started on this project. So our original design went through the process, and then about a year and a half ago, we resubmitted as the density bonus plan that you're reviewing now. As part of that process, we've met with the community and have endeavored to address their issues as much as possible, given the site constraints. Project overview we've discussed. There's that 78 bikes. We talked also about the BMR and state density bonus law. Happy to answer any questions further on that. I think we've discussed that. Overview site, when Wheeler Plaza was just a parking lot. Another view showing the medium density close to the lot line existing constraints. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Good evening, commissioners. Thanks again for allowing us tonight a chance to present the project. I might be a little bit more long-winded than that, but I'll try to keep it pretty quickly because I know you have questions about the design in particular. I just want to talk really about the process of design when I got started 4 years ago. Let's go this way. The design process started with my desire to create an exceptional building that fits nicely into the context. The challenge is that our site is literally surrounded on all sides by recently constructed and larger residential buildings, and each has residents that look directly into our site. Rather than designing the project's massing as a donut scheme, which is shown here in the diagram before you, I wanted to work from an approach that would be more sensitive to and appropriate for the neighboring properties. The project's massing takes a very different approach by having 2 distinct buildings connected by an open-air corridor. The resulting 2 volumes are similar in scale and width to the flanking residential buildings, and by not providing a large central courtyard as shown in a donut scheme, I'm able to redistribute much of the open space to the side and the rear yards, and we can talk more about the dimensions of that in a little bit. As a result, much of the side setbacks are 5 to 10 feet from the side property lines, with the rear setback ranging between 15 and 22 feet. These setbacks provide a lot of relief for the neighboring buildings by preserving more privacy, light, and air than is required by code. To put this in perspective, the project's 15 to 22-foot setback from the rear property line, in addition to Pacific Hacienda's approximately 15-foot setback, provides a generous separation between the two buildings of at least 30 feet, if not greater. The result of the two-building approach is seen from across the street in this rendering before you. The project's two separate buildings are separated by a large landscaped open space that extends to the rear of the property. At the sidewalk, this space serves as a publicly accessible plaza that provides additional commercial frontage. It also serves as an entry promenade for the building's residents, with lobbies centrally located in the middle of the site. For the rear half of the property, this space is privatized as yards for the ground level residences. At night, this plaza is celebrated with a wood and steel trellis punctuated by hanging lights. Along the sidewalk, the commercial spaces are designed to accommodate neighborhood-serving retail uses and are sized at approximately 950 and 1,400 square feet, respectively. Each can further be subdivided, as seen in this rendering, allowing them to accommodate a variety of business sizes. Each has a generous ceiling height of 14 feet. The project's ground level also contains the parking garages, bike parking, and other required back-of-house spaces, in addition to 3 residences. Our landscape architect, Outer Space Landscape Architecture, has created a richly detailed design along the sidewalk and extending through the plaza and to the rear yard. The sidewalk includes an abundance of plantings, bench seating, and bike parking, and a densely planted privacy screen is located along the rear property line. Go back to here. Rather than providing shared open space for the project's residents, each resident has private outdoor space. For most, this is provided by a terrace off the living rooms. The 3 ground level residences will each have the private use of an adjacent rear yard, and each top floor resident will have a private roof deck. The typical residential level floor plan illustrates the benefit of the building's massing and 2-building approach, and that each residence has a corner orientation and abundance of exterior wall. This unique feature floods each with natural light and allows them to have 3 or 4 bedrooms. In other words, all of the project's residents can cater to families. Although it's hard to convey at this scale, and this goes more to the point about the side property lines, I want to note that we located most of the side-facing windows to maximize privacy from neighbors. And we were able to do this because early on we had obtained plans of the 2 adjacent buildings, laid out those plans in ours, and made sure not to locate windows directly opposite other windows. It's very hard to see that at the scale. In the drawings, it does show as a lighter layer that I don't know how well it printed and is visible, but that was something that we made a big effort to avoid having. On the project's roof level, contains private landscaped roof decks for the residences below with a private stair to access each. These are set in from the building's edges to maximize privacy from the neighbors. The project's exterior references the Mediterranean style, but with a contemporary application. The material palette is taken directly from historic Mediterranean architecture and features terracotta clay tiles and smooth finished white plaster. Accent materials include black steel and wood, which are used throughout for window trim, terraces, awnings, trellises, cornices, and soffits. Your drawing set includes more details about this approach. The ground level draws inspiration from the streets of historic Mediterranean towns by featuring a white colonnade to demarcate the commercial storefronts, an approach also used across the street at Wheeler Plaza. The same materials and details are applied to all 4 building facades. From this point, Sean's going to take it over, and I'm happy to answer any design-specific questions. If there's more that come up about details on the side property lines, I'm happy to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And now I'm going to actually invite Nina up to talk about transit-oriented development.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nina Rizzo, and I am the Green Trip Certifications Program Manager with Transform. I'm going to briefly describe the organization and then how Green Trip Certifications applies to this project. So first of all, Transform is a nonprofit organization committed to transportation and land use solutions. We promote walkable communities with excellent transportation choices so that everyone can get to where they need to go. We want to keep California affordable and help solve the climate crisis. In 2008, Transform created the Green Trip program. Oh, I forgot about the slides. Can I do this? Oh, that's our staff right there. Next. So in 2008, we created the Green Trip program. It was actually formed by someone who was the mayor of El Cerrito at the time because she saw her city wasn't seeing enough development because of outdated parking codes that required too much parking. And because parking is so expensive, projects just weren't penciling out. So the Green Trip program supports projects that reduce parking, traffic, and greenhouse gas emissions because we want to right-size parking and prioritize housing for people rather than housing for cars. So since 2008, we've worked with over 28 developers on 50 projects in 21 cities. You can see the breakdown here. About a third of the units are below market rate. So VEEV has committed to meeting Green Trip requirements for this project, and we're really excited about adding this project to the family of Green Trip projects, and it would be the first one in San Carlos. This project meets the Green Trip certification standards with the parking ratio, unbundled parking as the traffic reduction strategy, the estimated vehicle miles traveled, and the bicycle parking. As a matter of fact, the project exceeds our Green Trip certification requirements because for long-term bike parking, instead of having 1 per unit, we have 2 per unit. I certainly wish my apartment had that. And as the commissioner mentioned before, with the Samtrans passes offered for the first 3 years, that's actually the perfect time to get new residents to build new travel habits. And also with the marketing and education for new residents on their travel choices. Finally, as you can see in the transit map over there, that describes average transit trips per hour. And as you can see by the heat map, most of San Carlos gets about 6 transit trips per hour, but the location of this project gets 3 to 4 times that. They're getting 18 to 24 transit trips per hour, and specifically within a 5-minute walk, they can access 10 Samtrans routes and the Caltrain station. And so I'll wrap it up with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. So unbundled parking. Wanted to provide a little detail on that if people are not clear. So unbundled parking, it's part of a strategy to reduce reliance on cars, and also make housing more affordable by giving a market signal about the cost of parking, where historically it's bundled into your single mortgage and there's not that market signal of the cost associated, and offering people that choice. So in unbundled parking here, it's a residential unit buyers only can purchase 1 available parking space at time of purchase. That'll go through all of the purchases. If any remain unsold after that, people will have an opportunity to buy another one. And if after that, on the 3rd round, there's any remaining, then they can buy as many as they want. It's only for residential, and it's only for people that live in the building.
So those are basically first come, first serve as you get into the facility?
Exactly.
As you
so
buy.
It's based on close of escrow, and that gives you that priority. So if you buy and it goes through that, all of them are sold, then when that next round comes up, it's again by seniority based on, close of escrow.
Got it.
No guest or commercial parking spaces are planned for this parking, and parking spaces can be resold, leased for use by residents only, and that's part of the integrity of the security system and the community. Second, I believe just to be clear on the stacked bike parking, how do we get 70 bikes in this very small lot? Using innovation in bike parking. So here's some examples of the double stacked bike parking.
Do those become reserved spaces, or is that just open parking?
There's 2 per space, and that's a good question. It would, we haven't formed the HOA rules. If there's a preference, typically they're not assigned to a unit. It's first come, first served, but that would be, we could write that into the HOA rules and make sure that people aren't using 10 spaces. I'm going to invite Scott up to talk a little bit about mechanical parking, because that may be also relatively new.
Hello, I'm Scott Bradford with Harding Steel, the provider of mechanical parking here all over the country in the Bay Area. We are a 50-year-old company, and what you see here on the screen is, a variety of the different types of systems we offer. So just because you don't see these doesn't mean they don't exist. Most of the people haven't ever seen them. You're not unique in that regard, but they are hidden inside of the buildings, frankly, everywhere. Here in the Bay Area, we have over 2,000 spaces, 2,200 spaces installed and operating. And depending on what you want to count as a contracted project versus an LOI versus something that's in design, 2,000 to 5,000 additional spaces that will be hitting the street here in the next 2 to 5 years. So this is a rapidly growing market across the country. We're a national company. We're 50 years old. And it's something that, if you have any questions, by all means.
Have you been selling this type of system for 50 years?
No. No, not what's offered here in this building, no. So with any company, the definition of mechanical parking and technology and safety requirements adapt. So what we started doing 50 years ago was what would be considered valet-style stackers. So we were one of the original pioneers in the country doing that. And we actually installed the very first semi-automated system, which was here, actually not here, in Oakland, here in California, in Oakland. And that is a system very similar to this, that is a semi-automated independent access system. So when most people think car stackers, mechanical parking systems, they're thinking valet-style stackers that simply stack cars, like in hotels and restaurants. And what this allows is independent access. Every user has an assigned space. They have a key fob or the app on their phone that they hit the button, and it literally will shuffle the cars around to give them access to that space. There's a gate built in, a bunch of safety sensors to enable and ensure that people aren't hit by the machine in any way, and protect the cars that are in the machine. It's also secure, so if somebody just walks into the garage in some form, they can't just operate the machine without having either the key fob or the app on their phone.
And you said there's 22,000 of these in the Bay Area, or 2,000?
2,200. 2,200 operating in the Bay Area of mechanical parking spaces.
And then how many? So
and that's for my company.
Got it. Yeah. And you're national. What's your total count in the country?
Over 6,000.
Okay. And how many children were hurt last year on those?
None to my knowledge.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so no horror stories from these things?
No. To my knowledge, 0 people were hurt by these machines in the country. I've seen a video on YouTube of somebody in Asia who walked into a machine that did not have safety gates, but that's why we have safety gates. That's why we have safety standards. So
got it. But I guess I have a hard. So a safety gate. I mean, a child can't get up or around it, or it doesn't matter as much because it actually can be. It's only operating when someone's standing there operating it.
It's semi-automated, meaning that it operates at the discretion of the user. So it will move shuffle car side to side and up and down, and that is somebody has to be within range of the machine. So it's actually Bluetooth operated. So it's usually a 35 foot range, which is within the garage. There are additional light curtains and safety sensors. So if somebody were on the other side of the gate, it trips the sensors. Other stuff that happens that don't want to get way too far down the rabbit hole as far as safety goes. But it's designed to inhibit people going into the system from a safety perspective. So,
Okay.
So what we have here in this system, and we added this graphic, is specifically to highlight the fact that even though it's shown in tandem on the plan view, it's very confusing to assume that that's dependent access, meaning you have to move the car in front of you to get the car in the back. The system shuffles the car side to side and up and down so that you don't have to have the keys to any other car to get in. So it's independent access for every single space, and therefore sometimes the planning code will have that the tandem space only counts as a 0.5 ratio. It's everywhere across the country we've come across this. It's a 1-to-1 ratio for these cars. They can be arranged in a whole bunch of different configurations. What you're seeing here is what we call a tandem with a pit. So it's 3 levels, pit level, upper level, ground level. And on average, it will take about 30 seconds to get your car. Some configurations a little bit longer, and if it's just at ground level with the gate, it's about 15 seconds, but it's very fast, very secure, very easy.
Are these licensed by the state? Is this analogous to an elevator?
It is not considered an elevator because people are never conveyed. It's machinery per code. They are completely reviewed and for structural, all the other stuff that you have in your normal permitting requirement, as well as there's an ETL certification process when it's previous to install and install, which is similar to like a UL listed component, like a light fixture here. So there is a third party that comes out and reviews that it meets safety standards and codes before it's permitted for both their final certificate of occupancy and use.
Got it, but there's no ongoing annual inspections?
No, not like an elevator. It's not considered an elevator.
Okay. And then 25 years from now, these are still running, they have to be upgraded. What's kind of the longevity of these things?
Extremely long. I was just, so one of our partners that we work with is manufacturing, they're manufacturing in Germany. I was just over in Europe touring a system that is 18 years old that is a garage that operates, it's about 340 spaces and does over 1,000 parking operations a month, has over 99% uptime as far as reliability, and is still operating. So I can't promise anything as far as operational and how long they work and how things evolve, but they are extremely reliable and robust.
This is kind of fascinating. So these are going to be deeded virtual parking spaces, basically. Is that the right way to understand that?
That's.
I mean, can you deed a mechanical slot that moves around?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I've seen it done.
It's basically
so, yeah.
right to access.
So it's like a license. It's basically a license.
Yeah. I have done projects in San Francisco that are deeded to the units. I don't know how they write it into their mapping, but it's done.
Got it.
Yeah. And is there a next slide? So referred to, EV charging also is something that is really a common question that does come up. We have chargers that can move with the platform depending on how many you want to install. So EV charging is a very, very easy thing to adapt here now or in the future.
Is there any, is it a question of you've bought the right model and now it's EV charging capable, or all of your mechanical parking is EV capable?
All of our mechanical parking is EV capable.
Okay.
Yeah. And
By capable, you mean a plug could be installed if somebody wanted to?
Yeah. Yeah. So it can be installed now at the time of purchase and installation. So depending on what your current code requires, say maybe it's 2 spaces. They can add 2 spaces. And if market demands change, or they have more units or people who buy a unit and decide to get a Tesla, they have the option of adding it at any time. It's not a major, there's a cost to install it, obviously. You got to buy the charger box, but it's not you have to tear the system out and put a new one in. You're literally adding a post.
Do you know what it would cost to install one?
Depends on the charger you put in.
What?
Depends on the charger you put in. So there's electrical questions, stuff like that define our post, and our kit to install it is $1,500, and then they have to buy the charger and wherever the heck the wire goes to go to the electrical room. And that depends on the architect there, where he puts that.
The reason I'm asking is just, is it realistic for somebody? I mean, in theory, if you had lots of money, I'm sure it could be done, but if it's in the range of a normal one, would be of interest to me.
Yeah.
But since you don't own a specific slot in the machine, then I don't understand how the charging plug would be associated, how you could be sure to have a charging plug.
So if you had a unit in this building and you bought a parking space at the time you bought your unit, then you have a specific platform in this system that is yours. You can park. I've actually seen people have bicycles sitting on them and boxes, use them for storage, or cars. It's your space. And so every single time you hit the button on your fob, it pulls down to the same space, to the same spot. You're a creature of habit. It doesn't move it over here. It's always in the same spot, so you get used to pulling in the same way. So it's very, very user-friendly. And from that point, since it's the same platform, you have your same post, you have your charger, and that charger could be wired to be individually metered, can be publicly metered. That's all a question of your electrical code and how they decide to build the building. But there's lots of flexibility there.
Okay, thank you.
So you would have the electrical capability, if all 45 people wanted to charge their electric car and pay for the plug to be installed, they would be able to do that at 110 or 240, or I'm not sure how fast the charge would be. But
Within my system, yes, but you might have a power grid problem. That's about 1,200 amps of required
it's a
power
lot
to run
of
that.
power.
So this is a complete sidetrack here. There
Yeah.
are technologies coming out that are probably referenced in your code that's called load balancing chargers, where the chargers talk to each other. You can have 40 chargers in a wall. And so rather than requiring 1,200 amps of power to charge all these vehicles, which you literally don't have for the whole building, PG&E would have a real headache with that. They talk to each other and they balance out the load and the demand so that an empty charger doesn't have 20 amps of capacity while this one only needs 7, and it works better that way. So you can drop the total load amount to something functional. So yes, you can. But
or you could charge it in the nighttime when there may be off-peak
Yep,
rates.
and
right,
that's what the smart chargers do.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
so it is totally possible within the limits of technology that's evolving now. Sorry, that was probably too technical.
And is that the standard configuration that you own your slot and it's always that slot that's presented to you? I mean, is that how all your machines work? That's how this machine works?
That's a tough question to ask. So for this configuration, this type of system, a puzzle system, we call semi-automated, yes, you're always assigned a space, you're always assigned a platform. There are other types of systems that will grab the first available space, and those are called fully automated systems, and those are much more expensive, much more complicated than what you'd see here, and you are unlikely to see one here.
And what's meant by semi-automated?
So semi-automated functionally means that the user is assigned a space and always the same space versus in a fully automated system, you're pulling into something that's similar to like a 2-car garage, and there's a square on the ground, a metal tray that you pull onto, and there's a whole bunch of sensors that make sure it sizes your vehicle, make sure your vehicle is not too big. There's a screen on the wall that says pull forward, stop. You walk out and it does everything else for you. It'll literally take it below grade and shuttle it off somewhere.
Okay.
So very expensive and complicated, but really cool.
So not only do you have many stackers working, do you have many stacker systems working that have all spaces EV charge available? No. Is that something?
No.
I'm just trying to figure out how it works, because there's wires. I just can envision this big knot of wires. I can't visualize it.
That's actually, you're asking a very smart question. And I wish I could show you a video of how this works, but it would probably, doesn't work in a PDF. But when these platforms move back and forth, the common assumption is that they do this, so they shuffle all around. The reality is it's kind of like a giant garage door opener. So the upper spaces only move up and down. The ground spaces only move side to side. So they really only move 6 to 7 feet. And so they have a motor, they have sensors on them, and you just have a power whip that just handles this motion, and it only has to handle the limited distance. It's not doing this and getting all tangled up.
I get it. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah. So it's actually easier than it sounds.
And so these all have a below-grade pit. That's how you get at the other?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And there's never a empty hole in there for people to fall into. It's always covered. Okay.
And do you provide the insulation in the walls or the ceiling for just to make sure that the noise of the system is contained, or is that something that the applicant does?
Also a good question. So as these are moving, there is some, it's very minor amounts of vibration. Most people assume they're loud, but when you see them in person, they're actually pretty darn quiet. But we do also use a material called Solidyne, which is a acoustic vibration reducing material at all of our mounting points. And it's super expensive, but it works really, really well to make sure that noise doesn't transmit up through the concrete. So, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Now we'll talk about Vive High Performance Homes. So, as discussed, we have a prefab panelized wall system. So it's steel panelized wall. It's built off-site in a factory and then installed on-site. We can get into a little more detail here. Some of the benefits are fire, earthquake, pests, resistance. We're also doing an all-electric building, so no fossil fuels in this building. Obviously, all buildings built now, energy and water efficient systems, biofiltering landscape, healthy finishes that don't that are antimicrobial, on-site solar energy, whether that's PV or thermal, EV charging as we talked about, and smart home automation. And then again, as we mentioned, transit first features. So it's part of our overall approach is to be high performance, and that means sustainable, efficient, and prepared for adopting next generation technologies.
And so this project's going to be all your modular wall system?
Correct. I'll show you a little more about that. So we have what we call a digital fab. So this comes from the tech space, which is the design is all done in kind of 3D modeling and then sent to machines for production. So we have cold form steel and CNC machines that take these digital files and turn them into the products that make up the walls. So this new system is different than traditional. So you have steel walls instead of wood. You have plumbing, electrical, insulation, interior finish, and also weatherproofing on the outside, and also windows and doors, all built off-site in a factory-built housing certified wall, and then it's shipped to the site and assembled and connected. We have a 50,000 square foot facility in Union City currently, and we're continue to grow, and we have 50 plus skilled trade workers on site there. And we're happy to give anybody a tour. Product evolution. So we are trying to change an industry that hasn't changed in a couple hundred years, and it is a process. So many people are familiar with Cherry Street. That was our first attempt at steel framing. There was some learning lessons there, and we are now finished with that framing, and it's basically a traditional build. What we learned from that, we applied in our ADU and our 1.0 system. So we've built 2 ADUs in East Palo Alto to mature that process. Laurel Street right now, across from Noelani's, if you've seen, is our next generation product. So if you can go there, that's our open walled system. So it's not a closed wall system, but it's our next generation. Those are built in the factory and then moved on site. So there's a photo of one wall being installed, and then on the below is the digital fab and some examples of production, walls, and the shipping process. So as you can see, we've matured and evolved the product significantly since Cherry Street began.
And the system you intend to use on this project, where else has it been successfully used?
Laurel Street.
Okay. So San Carlos is the innovative wall testing bed.
Highly regulated market. Everything is thoroughly reviewed by fire, public works. We have structural, architectural, right? There's plenty of analysis of this, and obviously we are liable for anything in the future, so it's in our best interest to make sure that this is all meets all codes and standards. We also have 3 projects in process in San Francisco, and we're looking at acquisitions as well. In addition, we're scaling our ADU business. So we have, right now, again, we've completed 2. We're redesigning our new generation of that and are looking to scale that in the second half of this year.
So you have 50 employees making these. Do you have other customers that are installing these, or all 50 of those people in that factory are producing walls for San Carlos right now?
For San Carlos and for the San Francisco projects and for the ADU business. So and currently we are our only customer, right? So we're part of this rebranding as Vive was taking what were separate businesses within Dragonfly Group, integrating them. We're all aligned and we're one company now. And we're looking at, scaling that business. Currently we're an integrated developer, so we are our only customer. But the plan, one could look out in the future and see the benefits of this technology applied elsewhere. And that's part of the overall strategy for Vive is, the macro issue that we're trying to solve here is housing and the economics of housing. And this is a first step towards that.
That's a grand vision. I applaud the ambition of it. It is a time, 1501 Cherry has been a frustration for San Carlos. It's been open and unfinished for far too long. Can you give us a brief update on that and your perspective on what caused the delay? Did that relate to your wall system and what we can expect with this new innovative system on this project?
Absolutely. We held a recent community meeting to address this issue, and happy to recap that here. So essentially, I don't know if you've visited the site now, framing is done, and everything's going up, right? So the roof is on, windows are going in, exterior sheathing is going in. So the innovation part of that was primarily the steel frame, and there was some adjustment to that based on the foundation and the attachment of the framing. There was some learning in the fab in terms of the production of it, and a significant part also was just the skilled labor shortage, right? Having enough people available to staff that project. So we understand it's been painful. We're in business to build buildings, so the delay is painful for us as well, but it was.
Was there a financial component to that delay?
No, not at all.
Okay, so it really was just, because steel framing's a known thing, right? Lots of buildings are framed in steel, but these were all the pre-made, computer-aided designed, 8x8 panels that showed up?
And there was some, there was a shift also. So this was an entitled project that we purchased as a wood frame. We redesigned it as steel frame, and going through that process was a little bumpy as well. So yeah, it was not financial. And again, part of this rebranding is we've raised significant additional venture capital to solidify the company as well. So we're on very solid financial grounds.
And then
Laurel Townhomes. So we can take a visit there or stop by. We should arrange something. So for safety measures, but that's our next gen, which is just exponentially different than what we've seen at Cherry.
And is that project on schedule?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now, we finished. Skylar here. We finished at least one of the units. So it's on schedule. We're putting it together. Okay. Finish the first floor and setting up the second floor this week on one of the buildings. So there's 3 units side by side. So.
And I'm sorry, this is the same system that'll be used on Walnut?
No, this is a next step, which is an open walled system. So that's basically built in the factory and then inspected mainly locally. The next generation is closed walls. So it's basically the entire wall, the entire building is approved under each state level certification for factory built housing, approved by inspected on site in the factory by a third party inspector, and then brought to the site, closed walls, everything's in there, and then the on-site local jurisdiction will inspect the connection to the foundation and the connection between the walls to make sure that's the code.
Got it. So Laurel Street, it was just the open walls were shipped, and did you do Class 8 material to like dry board and sheathing on the outside, or are you using your Corian system?
High performance acrylic, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Available from many manufacturers.
Got it. And so that is what you're using in Laurel Street, and that's basically going to be the same finished product we'll see in Walnut. I mean, same.
We're continuously evolving, so we're continuing to refine our process and, source materials that make the most sense. But yes, it's basically a sandwich wall complete with utilities and walls and, all the components. Only thing left to do on site is connecting the panels and some finishing.
Okay, and then the projects that use a similar system up in San Francisco, are those ahead of this project?
No.
Okay.
So we have a 20-unit, 5 and 6 story in Soma that is in process, right? In terms of it's in, we're still in the building permit stage.
Okay, so your first production versions of this modular system are going to be installed at Walnut. Okay, and how do we know that's not going to cause a year delay when all the MEP doesn't quite line up?
How do you know that? Well,
I guess
how do
you know that?
How do we prevent that from happening? Because that's not what we want to happen. It's having very detailed drawings that are very clear. So part of this process, this digital fab process, is that it's a new way of designing where it's in a 3D model, and literally you build the entire building in a 3D model. So every connection to the millimeters is shown in that model. So if it doesn't line, you can and the software will show conflicts, and as you go through the process where things are not working. So it's a much more advanced process than we've been using.
I have some questions on the unbundled parking. And one is that non-tenants may lease the spots. And so is it essentially, could it turn into a parking spot rental business?
Not non-tenants, only residents.
But here I see in the plan, it says non-tenants may lease with a provision for 30 days to terminate the lease.
Are you reading from the staff report?
Yes.
That's the city's code provision.
So
our intention is not to do that.
So only tenants have that privilege.
Right, and again, the primary, it's the integrity of the community, integrity of the safety of the building. You have fob access. We all know the issues of.
Okay, good. Thank you for clearing that up. And then my second question, the point I raised earlier about the unbundled parking and how that might impact the below market rate buyers, because the unbundled parking is being sold at market rate. So essentially they're being deprived of the benefit of getting that discount, which is being offered kind of as part of a horse trading arrangement of allowing additional density in the unit.
Nina, I don't know if you wanted to address this, but in general, affordable housing, the trend in affordable housing is towards no parking and towards not burdening lower income people with the cost associated with parking and car ownership. But Nina, do you have any?
What I can do is share some information I have about below market rate and parking, and then answer any further questions you have. In general, Transform supports unbundled parking, and there are a few reasons why. One, our data shows that lower income individuals own half as many vehicles and drive half as many miles as higher income households. And therefore, for affordable housing projects, we see much lower parking ratios. For example, I'm working on a project in Petaluma that's being parked at 0.5, and that's in Petaluma. Another reason why unbundled parking is important, and also just to clarify, for 100% affordable housing projects, federal financing rules prohibit unbundled parking, but when it comes to below market rate housing and market rate projects such as this, we're a proponent of unbundled from a social equity standpoint. Usually when people think they get a free parking spot, it's not really free. It actually, on average nationally, accounts for 16% of rent, which is about $142, which is significant for someone who is low income. And so by offering unbundled parking to lower income individuals, it's a very easy way to cut back on household expenses as opposed to forcing them to pay for a parking spot that they may not be able to afford and they may not use. Are there any other questions I could help on this issue?
I guess that is logical. I'm still thinking that we've chipped away at the benefit of the below market rate benefit that is being provided, but I do understand that that flexibility is valuable. So perhaps the below market rate buyers are getting some advantage in that flexibility. But it kind of seems like the below market rate buyers should get a below market rate housing, below market rate parking spot. Although it does get complicated quickly because they could just flip that spot on to somebody else and reap the profit of the difference between a discount and the market rate. So I'm not sure I have an answer, but
Great.
Are my fellow commissioners satisfied with this?
Well, I think maybe we should move on to the public hearing, and we can debate this as well later.
Sounds good.
So this is a public hearing. We would like to hear from the public, but given the hour, we are going to adjourn for, let's say, 9 minutes for a brief break, and we'll reconvene at 9:50. Thank you. Just a brief bio break, please. You've submitted a speaker card. Thank you. We will call you up. And if you have not yet submitted a speaker card and you would like to speak on this item, please do fill out a card and turn it in now. We do have quite a good stack of speakers here, so appreciate the turnout. We certainly are anxious to hear people's position on this, but given the large number and the late time, we will utilize our 2-minute timer. So when the light goes red, please do get wrapped up. So with that, I will call Janet Cantina up to speak. Janet? Oh, sorry. If you want me to pronounce it, it's got to be pretty clear.
No problem. No, it's probably my writing.
Terrific. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the commissioners to please be very considerate and be very cautious in approving this project. We realize that you have to, they're going to tear down and build something there, but we've been there 16 years, a lot of us, and we are going to be seriously impacted by this. Again, we understand that they have to do something. First of all, some of our considerations are fire. How if there's a fire right outside our units, and then there's a fire.
And I'm sorry, you're a neighboring.
Yes, I'm at 618 Walnut. My balcony faces this
Thank
new
you.
construction project. Okay, so if there's a fire, we have no way of getting out. And I know that this went through the fire department, but we looked at it and we considered it. There's no way to get out because if there's a fire this way as it is now, the fire department can come up to our balcony. But the way this is situated, they're very close, and I understand they're only 5 feet away. I mean, I didn't understand how many feet our units are. We're facing our balconies face the other balcony or whatever, and there's not really a lot of space. I think there's only 5 feet from what I understand. Moving on, there is, what about the windows? How are the windows situated? Are they going to be facing us, or are they going to be variegated so we're not looking at each other through the windows? The other thing is the balconies from our unit to the new construction. Could they get a board and come across on our balconies? Are the balconies variegated so that they can't get into our balcony because they're going to be so close? I mean, this all has to be considered before this should be approved. I mean, I think it's ridiculous to approve it at this point. What about power outages? Have they even thought of anything like that? And, and when do they plan to do construction, and how long is it going to take? And the hours of construction has to be considered, because a lot of us work. And so that's basically, rounding up. Please give this caution and serious consideration before you approve it. Perhaps they can move some of this away from our balcony, the properties that they're going to be building, whatever, move it away. And and it's going to be a lot of traffic. Of people and building and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Spiller.
Good evening, commissioners. I am Susan Spiller. I live at 656 Walnut, which is on the other side from Pacific Hacienda. So I am concerned, like Janet, about the setbacks. And from my review of the plans, and is the architect still here? Okay. From my review of the plans, the front stack of the 656 building is profoundly impacted by, looks like about a 62-foot tall solid wall that starts in my dining room window and goes past a bedroom window. And this is going to, impact all 3 front units of our building because of that 0-foot setback. Now, they mentioned that there was 5-foot setbacks and then 10-foot setbacks for windows and that sort of thing, but there are also 2 good lengths of solid concrete wall right up against our building. So I would just like to ask the commission to be reasonable. I understand with the BMR units that the developer gets concessions, gets variances, but it looks like they've gone to the max with the requests for the variances, and they are very negatively impactful on our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dorothy Dale.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dorothy Dale. I live across the street at Pacific Hacienda, and I'm not very happy about this project. My biggest concern, the neighbors and I did attend meetings that Dragonfly had back last year in June and gave our grievances on what we thought was wrong with this project, and really didn't feel like it made any difference at all that we attended the meeting. My biggest complaint is the height. This is the tallest building of, I'm not sure why you're allowing this. It's too high is my complaint. And also, you guys really need to consider there is absolutely no guest or commercial parking for people. And let's get real here. 3 and 4 bedroom places, and you're not going to have at least 2 cars. There is not enough parking by far. So they're going to have to park across the street. If you have a guest at your home at this place, you're going to have to park across the street in Wheeler Plaza. There's nowhere else to park. In a perfect world, they would have all this transit stuff, but in San Carlos, people like to drive their cars. So that's also a big consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Jane Tinney.
Hi, I'm also a resident of the Pacific Hacienda Walnut Building. And let's be honest here, this is a investment group trying to make a lot of money for and sell these units. And they have done a great job, it says in the description, giving light and air and decks and patio space to their residents, but really at the complete detriment of the existing Walnut buildings on the side. From my understanding, it's not a 5-foot setback, it's wall to wall. And my concern is fire. There is a 1-door exit out of my unit, and I have 2 doors onto my patio. If a fire is at my front door where the kitchen is, there's no way out because I'm smack wall to wall with this building, and I don't see how that's safe. So I'm very concerned about that. We've been enduring years and years of Wheeler Plaza construction, which I did not oppose that project. And I understand that we are building buildings in San Carlos, but I'm asking you to be reasonable. So there should be no weekend work, and work should start at 8, and the city needs to enforce it. The city flat out did not enforce the construction rules with Wheeler Plaza, and we've been impacted for years with the high density housing. The Walnut Path, was my understanding when they built the Walnut building, the Pacific Hacienda, it was required to have a throughway from Elm through Walnut, which pushed our building to the property line adjacent to what was Jeffrey's Diamonds. So the city has made requirements in the past, you probably weren't here, but about 20 years ago, to provide things that kind of put us on the line, but was appropriate for the space that we were in. And this project is not appropriate for the space that it's in, and it's really at the expense of the neighbors to make a lot of money for Dragonfly or VVS or whatever it is now, and not to help the whole neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Boris.
Commissioner and Chair Dugan. I'm opposed to this 5-story building. Different reasons that I am is because of the different things they're asking. I mean, we sat through like an hour and a half of their presentations. We heard all about how they're going to build a building and everything. They didn't touch anything about all the concessions they're asking for. They're asking for 62 to 72 feet as far as the roof line goes, 0 setbacks, low-cost housing, and then they're getting 7 extra units for that. These are all pluses that they're getting. They're requesting waivers for the lot lines. And the thing that I'm really opposed, I mean, they got up and they said, we've had other projects that we've just passed in San Carlos here for the parking. I've been up here, I've been in San Carlos 60 years. I don't know how many times I've been up here and said the parking in San Carlos is not adequate. You guys are still passing parking. You're giving less parking. And this thing, everything we talked about before when you had this Prospect Street down there, when they put those things in the back there overlooking the creek, you required 1.5 parking. This one here, it's 26 units, 9 4-bedrooms, and 4 low cost. That's 39 units. The way I get it, I don't know. But it went from 28 to 35. I count 39. So 39 units, you're requiring 45 parking spaces. That's not 1.5. So that's, I see all the pluses that you're giving to the, or that they're asking you to give, but I don't see anything that's going to help. And I just am really opposed to the height. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Janet Giron, I guess. Yeah. Was there another Janet in the room whose name I mispronounced? Okay. Moving on. Tom Davids.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's interesting to hear the arguments for and against, but I too am a resident of 656 Walnut, so I'll be on one side of this property. And I won't repeat everything that's been said or will be said, but I do want to bring up 2 points. It seems to me that by quickly bumping this thing up to, from 4 stories to 5 stories, it becomes very easy to do this throughout the city. Not too many years ago, we compared a new general plan. We had a 50-foot height limit, 4 stories. Everything's wonderful, and now we've got one going 5. So the bottom line question I would ask is, how do you get to 8 stories or 10 stories? It seems to me all you do is offer more affordable housing, and it's a piece of cake. So that's something to consider from a standpoint of planning. As far as the property is concerned, I had a question too on setbacks. The thing that is a little bit of an irritant is that the staff report, which is on the website and theoretically is up to date, shows a 0 lot line for interior walls, which implies that there is no space between the 2 interior walls. Now, I know that's not true because I heard different, but having it in the staff report is a little problematic. The final one is the garage and the parking. We got a good number of units that have been added. We're now at 45 and from 35, or we have 35 units and we have 45 vehicles. It's been mentioned that's just not right. The thing that bothers me about the mechanical part of this is we're building larger units. We're implying we're going to have more people, probably more kids. And we got the mothers coming down with their equipment, and they got a call for a car. I guess you do this by your website, but what happens during a rush hour? What happens when 3 or 4 people are trying to get cars out at the same time? What goes first? I just see nothing but problems with it. Yeah, it may work well downtown, but this is really not downtown as we might think of it. So I just offer those thoughts for you and wish you well.
Thank you very much. Fahima Vata.
Hi, my name is Fahime, and I'm board member of Pacific Hacienda Building on 633 Elm. And I'm here on behalf of several of my neighbors who could not be here or left earlier, and we're all concerned because we are facing this building, and it's so close from the balcony, you can see everything, and it's really, okay, there are following items are my main concern. First of all, the construction hours. On your previous meetings I attended, and I expressed my concern about both Saturday and Sunday having construction. We went through Wheeler Plaza, waking up at 6 a.m. on Saturday or Sunday, and now it's going to be all over again. So we addressed this on the previous hearing, and no one tonight talked about it. I'm very concerned. Like City of Palo Alto, you cannot have construction on Sundays. Why here we have construction permitted on both days, starting very early in the morning? That's one concern. Number two, stacked mechanical parking, which is very noisy and it's not safe, and also the few parking space comparing to the number of bedroom of these apartments of this building. Number three is height of the building, no privacy, and it's really much higher than our building, one level. Why you are letting them have one level higher? I know the excuse is affordable housing and all those things, but I'm sorry, I do not accept it. Next item, proximity to our building. Again, no privacy and no safety. If there is fire, that my neighbors already mention it. It's really a big concern. We are living in an earthquake area, and fire is a big deal these days. So the proximity is not acceptable. Number five is duration of construction. This company, Dragonfly, with a new name, is really setting a bad example of starting construction and letting it go, like 1501 Cherry that you mentioned. If they do not have enough money or labor, why they are having all these construction places? It's just greed, isn't it? Next item, again, fire and earthquake is my main concern. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Wicki. David Pollock.
Hi, I am a 20-year resident of San Carlos. I live down the street on Elm Street. I define community as all people who live here in the community, not just single-family home owners who were lucky enough to buy their homes years ago, but renters, teachers, public servants, service industry workers, children looking to return to the community in which they grew up. I'm dismayed that residents seeking assistance from local churches and food banks has skyrocketed. I'm saddened to see over 2,000 names on the waiting list for affordable housing in our fair city. I believe everyone in San Carlos should have the right, should have access to the benefits of a safe, decent, and affordable place to live, no matter who they are. When I hear folks on next door talk about community character, maintaining our small, tight-knit community charm, what they seem to actually be saying is that they want to maintain racial and class barriers through zoning. No, our community is not full. In fact, our schools have lost students over the past few years and will continue to lose students for the next few years as well. The answer to congested roads is to build more homes closer to work and school, not force community members to commute from further and further away. If there's too much traffic downtown, walk or ride your bike. Folks complain that such projects are not doing enough to alleviate the housing crisis, merely lining developers' pockets and contributing to gentrification. And then in the next breath, they're indignant at how this will contribute to undesirables moving into our community and destroying our way of life. Building more housing at any price is sorely needed. This project is especially well suited to the location, being surrounded by apartment complexes, close to downtown and transit. I'm grateful and I welcome any new or new community member or a member who would otherwise be leaving the community because they can no longer live in San Carlos. Thank you, commissioners, for ensuring that San Carlos continues to strive to be a city of good living for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Gazel.
My name's Joe Gazal. I don't live in downtown. I lived in San Carlos for 38 years. Went to Central Middle School in Carmont and ended up buying a house here in the hills. I am still concerned about what's happening to the city, though. This building, I get the fact that we need high-density housing here. I think it actually makes sense for it to be where it is in downtown. But for it to be a 5-story monstrosity, for it to be right up against these other people's apartment buildings, I think is unreasonable, unfair. I try to come down here. I try to ride my bike down here. It's pretty difficult if you live in the hills to ride your bike, even if you have an electric bike. Trying to park here, trying to even pick up some food to take home from whatever takeout on a Friday night is impossible. Adding this many units and still not adding enough parking for guests or even for the people that live there, I don't buy it. I tried to commute up to the city using Caltrain for several years. I wanted to kill myself after a while. It was so brutal. It was always easier to drive. You need a car around here still, unfortunately. And then finally, I get the affordable housing angle. I get the density bonus. That's great. They can have that, but they don't need to make it a monstrosity. They can make the units a little bit smaller. They don't have to have $2 million units to get away with this. I still think you can get what you want. You can have a bunch of units in here, but you can make them smaller and give some space around for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Summer Bundy.
Thank you, commissioners. I live over in Burton Park. I'm a homeowner there. I wanted to provide a little different frame on this. SPUR, the Regional Urban Planning Think Tank, has evaluated our regional housing shortfall between 2000 and 2018. Since 2000, the Bay Area should have added over 1 million housing units, and instead only 380,000 were built, meaning that we had a regional shortfall of over 700,000 units. The majority of the missing units impacted those earning less than the median income, meaning that people who maintain our schools, our roads, work in our service industry are having to drive long distances and miss out on time with their families. With that frame in mind, this is a conforming project, and it is exactly the kind of transit-oriented housing that we should be building up and down the peninsula, not only in San Carlos. Our community can definitely absorb 35 more families, and we should be proud of projects in our city that strive for traffic reduction, unbundled parking, and include these BMR units. I would ask that in the spirit of the San Carlos affordable housing goals that the applicant increase the number of BMR units to 5, getting much closer to our goal of 15%. And finally, I encourage the Commission to continue policy development around affordability, equity, access, and our city's role in addressing the regional housing deficit with particular focus on the East San Carlos commercial zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Elks.
May I suggest you take 2 names at once so the next person lines up just so we go faster through the night? I strongly support increased housing in our town, especially affordable and especially near transit. I was super pleasantly surprised about the biking allotment, and that brings up the vehicle to space ratio to 3, which I was superiorly impressed by. Also the mechanical parking, a lot of the project I was really surprised, pleasantly surprised to learn about. My big thing is street parking, and I'm very concerned about street parking. It makes for a very not walkable, not bikeable town to have street parking. Briefly, street parking is basically coronary artery disease of a town. It's congesting, it takes up lanes that should be for bus only, bike, scooter, skateboard lanes. It impedes road repairs and blocks street sweepers from keeping debris and trash out of our bay. Street parking prevents police from patrolling streets as effectively. It encourages car break-ins, hit and runs, and vandalism. Street parking is a bad bird to begin with, and the possibility of adding more when we should be getting rid of it completely feels like it sets us back a little. However, I do want to say I support this housing project. I would not recommend that it's 5 stories. I would recommend that it's 10, and the top 5 are parking for all the cars that are congesting our streets. So in the future, any project like this, I would highly recommend that they all have an allotment for an extra 5 stories on top that allows our town to actually become walkable and bikeable. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the speaker cards I have. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this topic? If so, I will need you to fill out a speaker card.
I did hand in a speaker card. I'm not
Oh, is that
sure
right?
what happened to it. It's,
okay.
David Tusman. Did it? I could fill out another
It might have
one.
been missed.
Yeah. Sure. So
If you could just state your name and your address, that'd be great.
yeah, my name is David Tusman. I'm a renter here at 770 Chestnut Street. Good evening, commissioners and chair. Thank you very much for considering this project. I urge you to please approve it. I believe it will have positive impacts on the neighborhood and the community all around. I want to remind you that San Mateo County in the years between 2010 and 2015 added 19 jobs per 1 unit of housing, and every little bit helps to catch up to that, which we are sorely behind. San Carlos itself is adding, I believe, 1 million square feet of office space in the coming years on the east side. So we should work to balance that. And as someone else stated, we have over 2,000 people on the waiting list for affordable housing to live in this beautiful city. So we obviously need more housing, and this is an opportunity to build more housing and not do nothing. I urge you to think of the families that will benefit from these homes, the low-income folks who work in San Carlos who don't have the luxury to attend this meeting and voice their direct support. My wife and I, we are people in San Carlos, and we like to walk, bike, and use public transportation. I commute to the South Bay every day on Caltrain, and I don't want to kill myself. It's a big plus to my mental well-being to not be on the highway with all the other drivers, and to know that me not being on the highway makes it a little better for those drivers that have to be on the highway. And this is transit adjacent, even closer to Caltrain than where I live, and closer to downtown. So you don't have to drive to go pick up food on a Friday night or go get groceries. So more cars off the road because people can walk. And again, we have friends, neighbors who feel the same way. So please approve this housing. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do always appreciate hearing a perspective of a renter in our town. There are many. Terrific. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this topic? Great. Thank you, Sandra.
Hi, I'm Sandy Althouse. I've been a resident of San Carlos pretty much my entire life. I really resent the title of NIMBY that's been thrown around so much, but there is an oncoming storm called SB 50 that's probably going to pass within this week or in the next 2 weeks. And I don't think the city has done enough to, and I've said this before to many of you, the city has not done enough to alert residents. There's got to be some kind of balance. SB 50 is going to be a stick of dynamite that blows up the entire city. So, one, I want to know, what is the Planning Commission? My phone is dying. I just need to check my notes. I want to know what the Planning Commission is doing to be proactive and to prepare residents for 5, 6, 7-story units that are going to go up within a half mile of the train station. I live in that area. We bought where we did so we could use the train, so the kids could use public transportation. Now, unfortunately, we're going to get it for that. I want to know what the Planning Commission is going to do to stay ahead if SB 50 does pass. That if some towns with this new addition that Scott Wiener has just put together, that if cities take care of mandates, they won't be sanctioned as severely with SB 50. And I just want to know, what will your jobs look like after SB 50 passes? What will the Planning Commission be doing? So I hope that you think about that, and I hope you share that with more residents. More people need to know about this. You know, I want people to have housing, but I also don't want it at the expense of having 5, 6, 7-story apartment buildings going up on either side of my house. I have seniors on either side of my house. I am ripe for the picking with developers. So sorry, this is an emotional situation, and I don't usually get personal in these. I try to keep level-headed, but this is a tough one. So thanks very much for all your work.
Thank you. And SB 50 is something we should all be aware of. That was his card. Thank you for filling that out. Is anyone else prepared to speak or wants to speak on this evening? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close public comment.
I'll move we close public comment.
I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor of closing public comment, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, public comment is closed. Thank you for everyone's input. Commissioners.
Maybe some help from staff on a couple of points that I think we've heard tonight, and therefore, I guess for the public record, issue of heights and the height of the building has been raised in the written comments and tonight. Can you just very quickly tell us what entitles the developer to achieve a height that we've got? Because it's pretty tall.
So projects that trigger the state density bonus law are entitled to a few things. They're entitled to incentives and concessions, and then they are also entitled to what are called other forms of assistance or waivers or reduction of development standards. And so a project that uses the state density bonus law can use as many waivers of or reduction of development standards to be able to physically build the density bonus units that they are awarded through the program. So given the fact that they are awarded 7 extra units, the zoning regulations, the height limitation is such that it would preclude the project from being physically built on the space, and therefore the developer is giving the ability to go to that extra high level.
And I think we heard the phrase earlier, by matter of right. So
correct.
Because they brought forward these 4 below market rate units, then that entitles them by right to effectively build to the height that they need to achieve the total number of units proposed.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you also say, does that apply, maybe this isn't for you, but maybe for Lisa, does that also apply to setbacks?
Setbacks would be applied as a reduction of development standards if it was required to fit on the site.
So, in other words, if there was nominally a 5-foot setback, again, the compliance and fulfillment of the state regulation for the density bonus allows them to build to the property line with no input from us or the city? Should I take it that way?
It gets a little tricky there because they can either request it as a concession or an incentive, but I believe for this project they requested a different incentive. But it would, the law essentially says that any development standard may be requested and must be granted. And so it would be, there would have to be a compelling reason it would have to be a health and safety reason for us to deny that request of the developer to change the setback.
Okay, and then, so maybe then that links to the other point that was common, and that is, I'm sure that there was a great fire review done of this construction, and was there any review or done about the adjacent properties and how zero setback or a narrow access might impact ability of first responders to get to any of those units, and how was that thinking brought in to the overall planning process?
Sure. So just to clarify, this project is not requesting any setback waiver, variance, or exception. They're complying with the city code. And then when fire does their review, they're looking at each property independent, and they're looking at a property line as a wall that's not penetrable. So they're assuming that everything is built right to the property line and they can't access it from somebody else's property. So when they reviewed the Pacific Hacienda development, they reviewed it to make sure it had adequate access without crossing into somebody else's property. They're reviewing this one to making sure this project has adequate access in it itself and doesn't rely on other properties for that access. And that's part of the reason they need the truck ladder access from the street.
Sure.
Because they can't get it from it's not a corner lot.
And maybe then the follow-on is, and therefore the two units on either side, the north and the south, their fire access, fire safety evacuation routes are by determination of the fire department unaffected by the this development?
Correct. Yeah, so they would have had to provide their own access routes, their own fire exit routes, their own access, right, without crossing over onto this property previously.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, I had a one question for you. It just slipped my mind.
I'm here all night.
What was I going to think? Oh, I know.
Hopefully not.
I'll think about it. I should have written it down. Thank you. Oh, I know what it was. Can you review the construction times on weekends and when people can start? We heard a number of comments this evening and regarding when can people start construction and are they allowed to work on the weekends? Can you refresh my...
We have our esteemed building official here, and I'd defer to him, please.
Chris Valley, building official. The construction noise hour for San Carlos are 8 to 6, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 9 to 5, Saturday, Sunday, and no work on holidays. And no radios.
Can you address, was Wheeler Plaza occasionally not in compliance with that?
You're correct, sir. We've had to we dealt with, throughout the city, we deal with noise, construction noise concerns and complaints.
Okay, and how often did anything officially have to be done at Wheeler Plaza? Any citations?
Yes, it did. Not citations, but stop works, and we've had to do education and take necessary action.
Do you know, like, were there 6? I mean, that was like 2-year plus construction. Were there 6 occurrences of that?
I don't have a specific
3?
number.
Okay.
I do not have a specific number.
All right.
We did not get a complaint this morning of their construction noise hours. Are there any other questions for me?
When you do receive a complaint, is that you respond to every complaint right away? Are you staffed adequately to deal with complaints? Is that something that's hard for you to get around to?
Depending upon how many inspections we have that day, the availability of our code enforcement officer, yes, it can be difficult to address construction noise hour complaints.
Okay.
How we deal with it now, though, beginning this year, well, a few months ago actually, is we're utilizing code enforcement more for construction noise hour complaints because of the increase in the construction noise hour complaints due to all the construction that we have. So the officer will, with the first complaint, go out and issue a notice of violation. And then the subsequent, let me take that back. We will have a discussion with the contractor first. Say, listen, do you understand what our noise hours are? And then we will utilize code enforcement more proactively.
Okay. And is that always a conversation with the general contractor, or like he can't point down at the sub, and now you're talking to the sub?
It's the general contractor or the owner builder if they're hiring subcontractors.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
This would be a question for the applicant or one of the representatives. So would you be open for the neighbors to limit Saturday and Sunday hours to not be the full day, to actually voluntarily offer something less?
Not currently, no.
Okay.
So in our meeting with them, we understand the implications of construction, that it's painful. Our goal is not to rile the neighbors more than is required to build this building, right? So, but also we're looking at speed to completion. So you have to balance the work days that are available. We have weather concerns, so we want to maximize that schedule, get in and get out as quickly as possible. And now, currently, I believe at our Cherry location, it's basically Monday through Friday is the crew. Saturday is optional for overtime, and we don't work Sundays. So that's our current, we didn't agree to any limitations at that point, but in terms of schedule and cost management and neighbor relations, that's what we're at now. It's too early for us to commit to a construction limitation if our goal is to get in and get out for everybody's benefit as quickly as possible. But if there are, we in discussions with the community, we did say we will schedule heavy equipment work during daytime hours during Monday through Friday. So it's not something, we will work with the community. We will continue to engage with the community as this is built. And our goal is to be good neighbors and to limit that impact, because we do know building this large building is going to be disruptive, especially with people that have had to deal with Wheeler Plaza.
Sure. And on the other hand, there probably are going to be periods with, I'll call it peak construction. Are you able to make any kind of a commitment to advance notice, like 2 weeks advance notice for peak period, so that the folks know, it's going to be a lousy weekend or it's going to be a rugged 5 days? And
what is the current requirement for demo notification? Is there any demo notification requirement? I would think that demo is going to be impactful, but that's three days basically for this site. So I can say that we will endeavor to be good neighbors, that we're available for and I'm available for receiving any comments. I will proactively communicate with the neighbors and make myself available for any comments and questions. But at this point, I can't limit our schedule based on a schedule that I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think I was actually asking for a schedule limit, and I respect that. And I think it would be good if you had an obligation to notify the neighborhood in advance of any, I'll call it unusually heavy activity. We're going to get 8 trucks a day for the next 5 days because we're working on putting wall panels up here, and then there's going to be a pause. Well, good to know. A, I won't be driving down. B, I actually might go away for a weekend. So would that be something that you'd be willing to do, that advanced notice?
I would say yes, not fully understanding what a significant incident would be, but it's again in our best interest to keep open communication and to endeavor to
Okay,
the neighbors
thank you.
happy. Yeah.
I had a question regarding the crane. When I drive by the Laurel Street project, there's a crane there that I guess is hoisting the prefab panels into position. Do you envision a similar kind of a crane situation on this job site? And will that crane be located on the street or off the street?
Interesting. Yes, we will have a crane, and it will be located on site. I don't think we have any details at this point in terms of crane specifics. For the record, we will be building it from the rear to the front, and at the final construction phase, it will likely require street closure and crane on the public right of way, which we will apply for and work with Public Works on that.
Thank you. I had an unrelated question regarding electricity and gas going to the, did I read correctly in the pamphlet that, or in the packet that you're going to have all electric in each unit and much less use of gas?
No use of gas.
No use of gas.
Fossil free.
So that's a real climate sustainable reach beyond the existing code, which I thought I had read it right, and I just wanted to call it out that that's really a positive goal.
Thank you for
And you've
flagging
met
that.
it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Lisa, so you said that the setbacks are fully conforming. I guess, I'm seeing a site plan. I mean, so zero side yard setback is conforming because this is like our medium density zoning?
It's the mixed-use downtown core density, and the front setback required, it's zero all the way around. Zero front, zero interior, zero rear.
Is that right? Huh. Yeah. Okay, so this is basically zoned the same way as Laurel Street? Yes. Okay. And do we have an overview? I think I saw something, but what setbacks do the neighbors have? I was hoping to get kind of an overview of that.
On part of their building, I believe it's also a 0-foot setback, and then they have some insets as well. Whenever you have an opening, you're going to have a separation from the property line. You cannot have an opening on the property line. So that's the point of doing the insets, then the indents, is so that you can have those windows.
Got it. And then what were you explaining about the fire ladder? I mean, if there's zero setback, there is no
From the street.
From the street.
The fire department requires ladder access to the roof of the building. And so they need to be able to pull up the engine or the truck and then get the ladder access. And that angle, you can't have a tree there that's going to block it. And so that's why it limits where the trees can be, as well as the overhead power lines.
Got it. And then I'm not sure of the vintage of the neighbor buildings, but when they built, it was likely still a zero setback. Like they built to a zero setback, and they built knowing their neighboring properties had a zero setback as well.
I believe that was the setback at the time, correct?
We're not aware of any change to that setback since the other buildings were built.
No.
Okay. If you want to, you can come up and address for a couple minutes if you want on that. Okay. All right. Yeah, in the future, you do have to come up and speak through the microphone if I recognize you. Sure.
Yes, for the people who are, like I mentioned, I'm one of the residents who's facing, in my balcony faces this new project. What I was wondering is how will that impact us as far as just construction? Will we have to move some of our furniture? I don't even have anything on the balcony, but inside our units, how is all this going to impact us? You know, I'm talking noise and just everything else. Do we have any idea? Are they able to provide that information to us now? How that's going to impact us?
I mean, I can, if the applicant would like to speak to that or answer the question, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, they should be able to, you know, kind of give us an idea, because I think this is going to, after this, you know, you're going to either vote for it or not. So I'd like to have them respond on that. How will we be impacted? How long? You know, just anything, information they can provide to us would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if that information is not adequate or readily available right now, you could add a condition of approval that they have a neighborhood outreach meeting prior to the start of construction to provide better details.
Okay.
But I'll let the applicant answer it
appreciate
as well.
Okay.
We don't have any further details to share at this point. We agree to ongoing community engagement to make this as painless as possible for everybody. And there will be dust. You know, there are mitigations from the environmental standpoint. So when you have demo, you have dust control, et cetera. But there will be impacts, as we've discussed, and we will work to minimize them.
Can you speak on how are zero lot line projects like this maintained? I mean, presumably there's scaffolding from the roof or something like that, but I don't know.
Maintained, and if it's zero lot line, it's difficult. So it should be a permanent weatherproof exterior. That if it's a zero lot line condition, say you have 2 inches between the buildings, will not require maintenance.
Yeah. We're not aware of any 2-inch separations here, are we? I mean, do they, I guess I'm not familiar, you know, I see you come up right to your lot line, which is allowed. Do they actually come up right to the lot line on the first floor? I mean, I realize you guys both have decent setbacks going up, but do we actually have that abutment taking place here?
It's close.
Okay.
It's close. So,
and is there a page on your plan? I've been trying to just get the overview, kind of like the site plans of you and your neighbors, and I haven't really flipped and found that yet.
yes, it's in there. I'm not sure which specific. So it would be an overview, site plan, earlier.
Okay.
In the
I
set.
mean, it is what it is. I mean, we have a zero lot line. That's the zoning.
As part of, you know, part of the overall message too, in terms of that maintenance, et cetera, is this, it's a two-way street on this, right? So if there's maintenance issues, we'll need to work them out with our neighbors, and the privacy issues and the light issues and the air issues, we've worked to design this within the, as I said, within the constraints of the existing site.
Do you have any particular perspective available on how the windows line up, and were you sensitive to that?
We do, and as the project's architect mentioned, we have Pacific Hacienda, and I believe the Walnut Building architectural plans, which informed where we put our windows, right? So it's literally, if we're looking into yours, you're looking into ours, right? So it's in our best interest for our residents and for our neighbors to not align those directly. So this is informed by that, and we have shared some visuals with neighbors that requested to give them a better perspective of that than your package.
Okay.
I have a question. You've mentioned a willingness to have neighborhood outreach and interaction, would it be reasonable to formalize that, perhaps to have an outreach meeting, and maybe also perhaps an ongoing mechanism, maybe a website to provide information as a way to...
Absolutely. We're comfortable with that. We currently have a website which has our contact information, and we've made that available and encourage people to communicate with us directly. So I've had many one-on-one conversations, which are outlined in the community outreach document in your package. And then we've had, I think it's totally reasonable to have a pre-construction community meeting to communicate more on the schedule at that time, what the peaks and valleys will be, and work with the neighbors.
Yeah, I would. I think that would be be nice to formalize that so that people can be comfortable. They would get that information, which
and
sometimes
absolutely.
when you're in a difficult situation, having more information about the scope and duration can make it more bearable. So.
And that is definitely our intent, is to, again, I know that it's going to be, impacting, and we want to communicate and allow people to adjust and give them advance notice and reduce tension and impact as much as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Quick BMR unit question. I see the 4 units here. The unit number, I see 200s and 300s and 400s. I'm assuming that's second, third, and fourth floor. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then is there anything in particular driving 202A and 202B to be next to each other? Generally, I find it best not to cluster BMR housing.
No.
The A and B is 2 different buildings.
Opposite. Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's 2 different
Thank you.
buildings.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's just a bad idea to put all those in one corner of the building. So thank you for spreading those out. And then did you have any reaction to the request from the community that you honor our community's goals and standards of 15% by adding an additional BMR unit?
Yes, and we can't accommodate that given the financial impact currently. So we can talk a bit about, briefly, the 3 bedrooms are for sale at $220,000.
The low income 3 bedrooms. Okay.
Everything else is expected to go for over $1,000 a square foot.
Okay.
So the impact on the financial viability of this project, as previously designed at 28 units with a 15% on-site requirement, did not pencil, which pushed this up and to the current design. So.
And is that 220? Is that just formulaic, like 3 bedroom San Carlos? That's what it has to be.
Based on the AMI 80%,
Yeah.
what that can afford, and I think it's no more than, well, it's a percentage of the maybe 30% of the percentage of the income at that level.
Okay. And then your project up in San Francisco, what percent are you running on that one?
The 7th Street one, I would have to get back to you on that. It's in the 20% range, I think. And we have one on 15th Street that's in the 27% range.
Okay.
Based on their requirements.
Their requirements. Okay.
Both of those are also density bonus projects.
I had a question. One of the elements of this project is a transportation demand management plan and report, and I believe you need to have a person on site to monitor and document the trips coming and going from the site so that you can document the trip reductions associated with this project. And I believe you have to report that. I think it might be annually to the city. Can you just clarify that that's a part of the project?
Confirming it is part of the project. There will be an on-site TDM plan manager, which would be, somebody employed by the HOA or a volunteer with the HOA. I believe it's annual. It's not a daily or monthly report.
And does that report go to the Planning Commission or the, I'm just curious, who at the city receives the report? Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. I have a question of staff, or maybe Greg. You know, we do have a developer here. I do respect their vision and their innovative systems. They end up being quite environmentally efficient. You know, it might be the brave new world of how to more efficiently build these things, and I respect all that, but we are their test bed, and I think we fell on the spear at the Cherry Street development. As long as that is taken, we hear a constant drumbeat of concern about that. And here we're going to have, you know, an opportunity to be their prototype test on their next version of the wall system. So we are being asked to give a number of, you know, I guess variances or what have you here. It makes sense, you know, we do value housing, but is there any way that we can, you know, have, like, if this is a hole in the ground for 4 years, what recourse do we have? Can we put a limitation on how long these approvals, conditional approvals are good for? Some constraint on, you know, where they're going to feel the need to get this finished on a timely basis?
Isn't there? So there. Right. Yeah. I mean, there's some limit on the subdivision, so there's an impetus for the developer to complete the project to enable to subdivide into the condo units. We don't really have a provision in our code that, at the present time, that talks and speaks to the issue of timing of completion of construction. And I'll just give you an example, I think probably why that is, because we have different types of construction. We actually allow homeowners to do their own remodels, and we don't put a time limit on those types of remodels. But it's something that I think that we might be able to do if with some sort of a structure to it. But right now we don't have any regulatory authority to do that. I think one way that we can address the concern is similar to how we handled the last project, is to have a review. It doesn't even have to be call up on complaint. It's like, we want to review the status of this project at a certain point. And that would give everyone, including the developer, an expectation of that we're going to get a report on the status of construction. I think that'd be a legitimate condition of approval, in that it's related to what you were just talking about, and that's that this is sort of a new technology, and we want to see how it's going. There are impacts for other developments in the city, including by this developer potentially in the future. So I think that gives you the tie to create that kind of a condition. But to put a condition on you must complete the project by a certain date, kind of, in my mind, creates an enforcement issue, because what happens if they don't meet that deadline? I mean, we've got a project that's 90% complete, and we're saying, sorry, you didn't meet the condition. What does that mean? So I think we would probably, it creates some of those kind of procedural issues, I think, to put a hard stop on it. But a review, I think, is definitely legitimate, and I think we've done that on big projects before, where we've just had a report come back and tell us where you are. So maybe that's a year from the building permit, or 6 months from the bill. I mean, that's probably up to somebody who knows more about how these projects proceed, but I would think there's some time frame when a report would be at an appropriate time for a report.
So, I mean, a review, that seems like a fine condition, but what is what does it mean? So we have a review and it doesn't look good, you know, it's just, now we know that?
Yeah, I get it, but I think that the review, I think itself kind of puts some sort of, I would think it puts some pressure on the developer because they have to convince you that they have a good reason for the status. If it's behind, they might have a good report. It might be we're ahead of schedule because our new technology, which is what I've heard, I'm assuming that it's designed to speed up construction, that it might actually be working. But you're worried about the other side of it, of course. And a review might enable us to talk about code enforcement issues, but there has to be something specific that they violated for that to work.
Got it. Yeah.
I'd be interested in staff's perspective, linking something David and I were coming at from different areas, and that is a condition that has a scheduled community meeting once a quarter for both a communication out of construction status and what's coming up over the next quarter, and also a very explicit receipt of issues, and then a report back to staff, how are those issues being addressed. So is that something that we can ask for as a condition?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you can ask for that, but you have to I guess, be cognizant that we're going to have lots of these projects, and we do have lots of them. And so from an administrative standpoint, for the city staff to then set up some kind of a reporting and review mechanism and then get back out to the community would be a burden, I think, from a staff resource standpoint. If you put the burden on the developer, that would probably be, it would be better for the city staff. I think on an annual basis, certainly we could do it on a project of a particular sensitive concern. Maybe this one is one of them. But that's my concern.
Yeah, and I sorry if I wasn't clear, but that was actually my intent, that the developer would organize a community meeting once a quarter. They would both give out a calendar of what's coming up, communicate out, take input in, and then provide minutes from that back to staff. And you know, if the community is saying, yeah, we got the minutes, but nothing's been done, then at least then it's a trigger for follow-up with the building department. That'd be my thought about a condition, but let me check with David. Does that get where you were going, or?
Yeah, that would make the add some accountability to the outreach process. So something that's manageable. Just simply asking for a report to be sent to the city might be a easy thing.
Yeah, I think our community has asked for dialogue, for engagement. There's a number of things that they've asked for that I think we've been guided that is not within our peer review, but I think expecting and having a mechanism for good neighbor during a period of a lot of stress, 18 months, is reasonable. So
Yeah, I mean, the neighborhood, they agreed to formalize that they would do neighborhood outreach as a condition. And so that's sort of implicit, they need to do that. So to me, that probably goes far enough.
Did the applicant want to respond to that?
The only comment would be quarterly feels a bit burdensome. So semi-annually with ongoing, so we have a website, we have contact information, so readily available, and then every 6 months would seem.
Yeah, I guess I would say a 1 hour of prep and 1 hour of your time to meet the community once a quarter is not all that burdensome. My judgment.
Okay. Happy to do it if the HOA can host us.
We do it every 2 weeks, if that makes you feel any better.
Thank you.
Staff, I am sympathetic to the neighbors here who did just put up with this Wheeler Plaza. I guess I would, the applicant themselves said that they don't work on Sundays on their other San Carlos project. From staff's perspective, would it be overly burdensome to just say no construction on Sundays?
Well, you've heard this speech from me before. We'd have to tie it to one of the findings, and I think what I heard from, and it's probably the health and safety finding and the use permit if you were going to do that, but our code doesn't, we have a code that talks about building times. It's in our zoning ordinance. So you'd be kind of overriding the zoning ordinance for a particular project to do that. I think what I heard between the lines of the applicant is there might be a time because of the critical path of the project that they might need to work on Sunday, because that's the way these projects sometimes work. But putting it as a condition of approval, I think, becomes more difficult, given the fact that we have a municipal code section that talks about what our work hours are. That's something, if this comes up, it seems like every meeting I'm covering for the Planning Commission, it comes up, so it might be something that the Planning Commission might want to look at on a go-forward basis to say, hey, is this appropriate anymore? I think that ordinance was passed in 2012, and it's kind of a different situation now. There's a lot more projects, and it might be that you want to take a look at it and see if it makes sense now, because it's always been that dichotomy of get the job done more quickly, and so you have you could make an argument that it's less noise, because instead of a project lasting 12 months, it lasts 10 months. So is that more noise or less noise? I don't know, because it happens 7 days a week. It may seem like more noise, but it gets done quicker. And that's, I think, the judgment call that was made by the Planning Commission and the City Council in 2012. But, I think that's the real way you would try to address this.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that these higher density projects, it's more of an impact, and so maybe it's tied to higher density zoning, if we wanted to revisit that, but we can table that for now.
And one of the residents made a point about, it might be a good time to look at it, because there could be, the SB 50 could lead to more of these types of projects, and that would be a regulation that locally we could still employ.
That's a good point. Thank you. So in general, this is the kind of housing that it's pretty clear as a community we don't have enough of. It is high. They got there due to the state mandate, which to some extent is beyond our control. I am sympathetic to the abutment of the neighbors, definitely. I do think the applicants presented an attractive design, a modern design that does have some open light channels, et cetera, that they actually didn't have to do. I mean, it's a zero lot line zoning. When the neighbors were developed, and presumably when the neighbors bought their units, if they didn't know, they, should have probably known that this was a potential. So I'm very sympathetic for that, I am, but, we do have a project here that does comply with our current zoning, and they've been working on this project for 4 years, so, that's why if there's things in our zoning we don't like, we got to be looking at the zoning. It's not that useful to be looking at specific projects when they're this far down the pike, because that's our zoning. Are there other perspectives on this from the commission?
I'd support just what you said. I agree.
I would agree with that as well.
I want to actually put an emphasis on the 4 below market rate units of multiple bedrooms and particularly 3 at the low market rate. I think that's a statement for the community, and in 5 years, something we'll be proud of.
I would also support support the project because the overall benefit to the community seems to be a net positive, even though there are some consequences for the immediate neighbors. But taken as a whole, it's a positive thing for our community, giving our housing needs. And this design is more restrained than might be possible a couple years down the road after SB 50 passes.
I'd also like to call out the forward thinking with environmental issues, the trip reductions, the climate sustainability thought that has gone into the project. I think it really came through, and I think from an environmental standpoint, in addition to the large number of bedrooms and affordable housing, that this can be a real model for how cities can bring housing to a community. And I think it's a benefit to us for housing, and I'm really pleased to see many of the environmental measures that have been taken in the project.
That said, can I get a brief, like how did we end up with no guest or commercial parking here? I mean, I guess even when we've approved uses on Laurel, there's been a parking ratio and parking in lieu fees. Is this just, we've just exempted that here?
It's based on the size of the commercial space. In a mixed-use development, it is exempt from parking. And then there is a guest parking requirement, but they're asking for that reduction as the state density bonus concession. So the commercial is not required.
Okay.
And then they're asking for a concession to reduce the guest parking, the overall parking.
And I mean, we're mandated to do that? That's part of the state mandate program?
Correct.
Okay, so we basically have no discretion on requiring, so they get to choose from like a menu of things, and they chose no guest parking?
Well, it's an overall parking reduction.
Okay.
And they're entitled to a certain number of concessions based on the percentage of units that they provide at the affordable income range. And so for this project, it's one concession or incentive, which they've selected to be this parking.
Okay. And then what do we think as a city that the guests just will park on the street? I mean, I guess, nowhere else. They're going to be somewhere. Is there an hour limit on can you park overnight in Wheeler Plaza?
Yeah, so we're hoping the guests walk or bike to the site, take public transit. But alternatively, there is a 2-hour parking time limit from the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and overnight parking is currently allowed. The city could change that, though, in Wheeler.
Okay. So I think, we're leaning in favor of the project, but that we have discussed various conditions. There's one I would like to talk about. I do think we're making significant, the unbundled parking, I do think is something we should consider, and connected to the concern I heard about below market rate housing. And I'll throw it out as an idea and something we might want to consider if we revisit the BMR regulations in general. But I think it would be fair if the 4 BMR units were able to purchase their parking space at half of the lowest price paid by anyone else, and that they have a right to do that on at least the first pass of the ability to buy parking. I think that would preserve what we intend out of BMR housing, which is to allow them, it's a decoupling. They could choose not to buy this, but if their job is, not on the Caltrain line, they're probably going to need a car. And I propose half price as a fair solution there.
How much do these parking spots cost? just to get a feeling for scale.
To be determined between $50,000 and $75,000.
And can those usually be rolled into the principal mortgage when they're purchased?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because they're not it's a license versus a deeded location.
Okay.
And could the the next day?
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think that would be locked in the same way we lock in the unit. It could only be sold to another BMR user in that complex. I also think we should formalize the condition that only tenants may purchase these spaces. That is their intent anyways, but I would like to go ahead and condition that.
To the chair, can I just ask if the developer has a position on that proposed condition? Because our code talks about how, you basically have a choice to issue the use permit for the bundled parking or not. And so what you're talking about is conditioning that use permit on a change in the way these units are distributed, if you will, in the project. So I was wondering if the developer had a response to that, because I think that's something that we would. It may be that you want to defer that particular item until we can discuss the implications of that, because it seems to me it's interrelated to the way that the project, the density bonuses come forward. I think it's also part of the traffic management plan. And so there's those things are kind of tied in together. So if you just deny one of them, I don't know how it impacts the TDM plan. And then the issue of how to apportion or distribute these units or create equity in the project. I think that's something that we would need to study, because the ordinance doesn't read that way. The ordinance just provides the BMR units with the opportunity to purchase these parking spaces in an unbundled situation on the same terms and conditions as the other units.
And I hear you, and that's a technical explanation, but I think the question for the applicant is, are you willing to honor the spirit of our community's BMR regulation as it applies to your parking as well?
Could you restate your specific request? So it was the offer it to the BMR units for purchase, so it's unbundled, offered to the BMR units at a reduced rate, but what was that rate?
At half the price, half of the lowest price, you offer it to anyone else.
Something we would have to look at the financials, because I'm not. I need to look at the financials. So if it's through the chair, if it's deferred or whatever that process is, we can look at it and
I think we should. This has come up at least once before, and we haven't done anything about it. So I do think this is another aspect that we need to consider more formally. So for this particular project, I would say let's continue that particular, the unbundled parking aspect of this project. So we can continue that and revisit that after we see if we can ask for it, and they can see if it makes sense for them. Does, through the chair, briefly. Thank you.
I'm having a gut reaction to the idea of subsidizing parking. Subsidizing an automobile when we're trying to move away from that. It doesn't feel right. I would love to have people in the apartments that have figured out how to use the transit that they're being subsidized with. I might be wrong, but it hits me in the gut the wrong way, subsidizing parking in this way.
I appreciate that. I realize you're passionate on parking, and I would just ask you to consider the people who need below rate market housing don't necessarily get to choose where their job is, and it might not well be on a Caltrain line. So,
Well, I agree with the idea of reducing or subsidizing the parking units for the below market units. It may have an unintended consequence of, I don't know how it works in projects like this, but do all the neighbors know who is below market? I don't think so. And I don't, you know, if they take it over like most homeowner associations, the board will at least know, and word travels around. So in effect, we're creating second-class citizens maybe in the eyes of some of the people that live there. And I don't want to do that.
I agree with that, but how is that any different than they just purchased their unit? I mean, it's going to be purchased at the same time as their below market rate unit. I mean, I think anyone who would know already.
I suppose that's possible, but not necessarily true in all cases.
I would support continuing that item as you suggest and coming up.
We were just, through the chair, we were just trying to procedurally figure out what you could possibly approve tonight. Because as I said before, the use permit and the TDM plan are linked together, and we'd want to study that aspect of it. If the applicant wanted to agree to some formula that the commission was interested in tonight, then you could just approve the whole package with that agreed condition. If you want us to study that and talk with the applicant about what they would think is feasible after they've had more time to think about it, the choices you have are to approve everything but the TDM and the design review for this shared parking, or continue the whole thing so that in case it's, so we don't have two different, timelines for approvals of the different elements of the project. So that's probably the one I'd probably say continue the whole thing, reopen the public hearing and continue the whole thing, or not reopen the public hearing, but it seems like you'd want to open the public hearing up on that issue anyway, on the TDM and the use permit. And so that's probably the preferred way to do it. But if the applicant wants to try to resolve that tonight, it's getting late. But if they have a proposal that they could present to you that you think is reasonable, then we could incorporate that. But tonight it's going to take the applicant to agree to it.
Thank you for that overview. I feel pretty strongly about preserving what it really means for a family that needs it to actually, if the parking space costs half what the unit costs, where does that really put that family? Personally, I would be willing to continue the entire package. I mean, it's not hard for us to revisit this in 2 weeks when we figure this all out. But I'm open to the opinions of the fellow commissioners.
And we still don't have a motion, so I mean, the motion would be to continue it if that's the pleasure of the commission, or someone could make a motion to approve the project.
That's fair.
Without the condition.
Yeah. Regardless, we should make sure we have our complete list of conditions before we move for approval. do we want to move on and discuss the other conditions?
Yeah, why don't you do a recap?
I'm not sure I have them all, but so what I think would be fair conditions beyond that one would be only tenants may purchase parking spaces. They can't be sold to third parties.
Tenants or owners, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry, owners. Yeah, that's what I meant.
There could be a renter or there could be an owner. So.
But I think it would be only owners, because you wouldn't want the tenant to purchase the parking space. You would just want them to lease that as well.
It could be, but it depends on how if they structure it as a license, then that could go with a tenancy, but it would probably be owned by the owner. You're correct.
So, yeah, so only owners may purchase parking spaces, but they could sub-license them to tenants. A pre-construction community outreach meeting, and I would propose an annual progress review, or maybe, but let's biannual progress review. Commissioners, any opinion or additions to that list?
You mean semi-annual, I think.
Yeah,
Every 6
semi-annual,
months.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'd proposed quarterly. And the reason was to communicate more frequently, specifically with the residents about what was coming up, if anything, and get specific input.
Two things here, right? There's the quarterly outreach and the semi-annually report on construction progress.
Yes. Yes.
Two different things.
Yeah,
One was addressing your point regarding, like, is this going to get off the ground, and is the fab going to ship the panels, and et cetera. The other one is, and that's really for the city.
That's for the planning department.
Staff.
Yeah.
The other one is for the neighbors.
Right. And so a pre-construction community outreach, and then, I mean, Jim, are you thinking the quarterly starts immediately, or does it start when construction starts?
I think, it ought to be 60 days before demo or something, something like that. So again, the neighbors know what's coming.
Okay. So upon quarterly community outreach meetings beginning when their permit is stamped, building permit is stamped.
That works.
And are there any other conditions afoot? Okay.
Engagement with the neighbors quarterly. And the semi-annual was for the developer to report to the city sort of the overall status of the construction project, just to make sure the bigger picture was on track, or know that it's not.
Has the developer been able to make progress on the below market rate parking condition? And commissioners, can I just get your quick opinions on, is that something we should take up in general? Like, would we want all BMR parking spaces to be, I don't know, half price or on the same ratio of affordability as the units themselves? I support unbundled, I get that. But if they need a parking space, we should reflect the below market rate aspect of the project in that regard.
I support some sort of discount. I'm not sure what ratio is appropriate, because the fact that it's unbundling does provide some value to the below market rate buyer as well, because in that, like, it's worth something. So I don't know what the ratio should be, but I would support something.
Sorry, just did some math for what it's worth, and then you can correct me if this is wrong, but there are 43 total spaces. Let's say 4 of those are for below market rate. That leaves 39.
45 spaces, actually.
Okay, so we're at 41. So point one. Point two is that if you're going from a $50,000 space to a $25,000 space, it's $25,000 of cover that has to be provided some other way. Times 4, parking spaces is $100,000. Divide that by 40 spaces. You've got $2,500 extra per the remaining spaces, which seems like nothing. So seems not a bad thing to ask.
I'd be interested in knowing what other cities are doing with this issue, if anyone else has approached it and what they have decided. I'm also interested in knowing how, if at all, this affects our transportation demand management plan.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks. Apologies, but we can't commit to it at this point because we need to study the economics and the implications similarly on the TDM plan and speak with our legal counsel on the dynamics there. One other thing to consider in terms of burden of parking costs is that there will likely be additional monthly due fees related to parking, right? So the management and maintenance of the parking stacker, the access, et cetera, will be burdened on those accessing the parking and not on those that aren't. So it'll be an additional cost for a low-income person.
That's true. We weren't asking for a concession there.
Yeah, just saying.
Yeah.
Parking will have costs.
Well, since the developer's not prepared to talk about that, and it's understandable because they want to study it, that would be probably means we might want to just continue it for a couple weeks so that we can study the implications too. It's a very complicated area of the law, that this density bonus and the affordability issues, and we actually have a special counsel that we might need to consult with too about the impacts of how this parking would work as far as affordability of the units, because if all of a sudden the parking space is covered by that, then the affordability rules for the residents might be triggered, and I want to make sure that we're not kind of going at cross purposes on that too. And you should understand that completely too before making a decision.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, we've bumped into this before, and I guess we ended up deferring it. I just, honestly, my perspective is you have a family and, they qualified for below market rate housing, and I bet more times than not, they need a drive. I mean, that's most jobs realistically in the Bay Area. You got to drive to, unfortunately. I wish that wasn't the case, but they likely don't have that option to pick a south of market tech company that they can jump on the train to or ride a white bus to. So I support continuing this, but because I would like to not only figure it out for this project, that's 4 spaces, but also that will inform our thinking to actually develop a real policy around this. So I'm not going to move that. If someone else wants to move that, fine, or if you guys want to get this one done, I'll defer at this time. But this issue is not going to go away. We are, going to have to decide if we think BMR applies to parking spaces as well, and I think it should.
Is this our first unbundled parking, or did we approve one of
This
them?
would be the, well, there was one that was proposed,
They
but it
withdrew.
wasn't approved
Right.
by the commission. And if approved, this would be the first.
Establishing the precedent on the first one has some value.
I'll move that the Planning Commission continue before granting approval for design review, tentative map, below market rate housing plan, transportation demand management plan, and the use permit to allow the construction of a new 5-story building with 35 residential units, 2 commercial units at 626 and 648 Walnut Street, APN 050-131-060, 070, and 080 for the reasons incorporated in the staff report. And
Well,
discussion.
Through the chair, what I'd recommend that you do is that's part of the motion. I think we want to have you reopen the public hearing so that the next meeting that you can have some public input on the interplay between these issues, and then continue it to a date certain so that we don't have to renotice the whole thing. It's continued from today's date. So if we pick the next Planning Commission meeting or 2 Planning Commission meetings, whatever, how much time we think we need.
Through the chair, the next possible dates would be Monday, February the 3rd, which is the next immediate meeting following this one. And then after that would be Tuesday, February 18th, due to President's Day holiday.
Well, I want to work with the applicant on this, so we will continue to a date certain of the 3rd, and if that's not enough time, we can continue to the next one. So we're available to figure this out with you. And the recommendation is we reopen public hearing now, because we could do that then, or?
No, we need to reopen it now so that it avoids the need to renotice a hearing. If we keep the public hearing closed, then there's no public hearing set for the next meeting.
I see. Okay. So I move we reopen public hearing on this matter.
I'll second.
All in favor of reopening public hearing, say aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? The public hearing is now opened.
And then a continuance to the February 3rd date.
I'll move that we continue this item to a date certain of February 3rd.
I second that.
All in favor of the continuance, say aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, we are continued. Thank you for working with us on this process. I think we're close here. I do think in the scheme of things, it's important to get this right. BMR is a priority, and it needs to be. And if someone has to pay almost half their purchase price for their one parking spot, that just doesn't seem consistent with what we're trying to do here on that. So thank you for your patience in working with us. And I'll thank the whole community for their concerns and input on this project. It's a big project, and that's understood. No remaining agenda items except staff. Are there any reports or correspondence for us?
None other than, in terms of correspondence, none other than what was left on the dais for the commission this evening, and no reports from the city council this evening. And I can just go ahead and continue since I have the speaker, and then if the commission would like to add anything, you can as well. Sure. So at the next meeting, of course, which is February 3rd, we'll have 626 Walnut return to the commission that evening. And then also on the agenda, we have 2 items, and those are informational. The first would be the Housing Element Annual Progress Report. So staff would be able to bring back to the commission a report on how the city's progress is with respect to the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. And then secondly, as an informational item, we are going to be presenting to the commission our proposal to adjust the parking in lieu fees. So these are fees that haven't been updated, I think, since the 1990s, and it's quite due for them to have an update, and that would need to be passed by City Council, but we do want to run those by the commission before moving on to council. So that would be 3 items we have on the agenda for February 3rd, and that's all I have.
Terrific. Commissioners, anything for staff?
No.
Terrific. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Good job, John.